What up, guys? Give me a second while I figure out getting my YouTube chat showing. I don't know why it would log me out of YouTube. Pastor Labs, I think you might need a lot of work because half the time it's like it feels like it's not even working. But anyways, how's everybody doing? Today we are going to be planning out our league start build. I basically was just informed that beta test for POB is a thing, or the beta version is a thing, and it has the new season atlas tree, not atlas tree, passive tree. So we are going to be doing that, and we'll probably just go from there. Okay, looks like it might be fine. Is it? Yeah, it's fine. All right. So, like I said, we're going to be league starting the Wretch Defiler. Let me think of what music I want to play. I don't even know. Think it has to be non-copyright, so I'm thinking what's the name of the people I used to listen to music from again? Chill Hop. Let's make it not so loud. I think I recognize this sound. It sounds like something I used to play when I first started streaming. I mean, granted, it was them, but this one, it sounds like that, but a bit different. Anyways, so what's the plan? Convert to 0.23. Everything should really be the same. We're going to be league starting. Obviously, first act is going to be SRS. I would want to switch from SRS to potentially, well, I don't mind Skellies, but Skellies need minion life is the biggest thing, and they just don't clear as efficiently as SRS. That's just the truth. So we're gonna stick with SRS for efficiency. As soon as Act 5, we're going to switch to Spectres. We'll only have one Spectre, so it's not like they're the primary damage source, but they're going to be a big contributor to our damage source, which means from Act 3, we have to be leveling up Raise Spectre because we get it sometime in Act 3. So just put Raise Spectre. The fuck? Where the fuck is Spectre? Oh. It doesn't even make sense. It's here. Or is it because I put match character level? I guess it is. So it doesn't exist yet. I have to assume. Anyways, Act 1, we're using this. We're using SRS melee splash minion damage. Alternative SRS support gems. Just so I remember what I could potentially use. There's combustion. Added lightning. Added fire. Actually, no, I don't add it like, I don't want it to be there. There's elemental focus. I guess it's not available at this stage. These two should be enough. If I get red, blue, as long as I have a blue, I can make do of minion damage. I can make do of added fire damage, or I can make use of combustion. Any of the above works. Then in Act 2, then by Act 2, we are looking at potentially having melee fizz. So you have melee fizz. You have melee splash. I'm gonna do the same thing for Raise Zombie, but I'll just put it in here. If I want to be honest, the priority for Raise Zombie by Act 2 should not even be melee splash, because this is gonna be good for damage. But I'm thinking, and hear me out, I'm thinking that I would rather have minion life so they just didn't die, period. Rather than having... And why are you level 1? Because I put you in Act 1, I think. Okay. Rather than have them... Because by here I have sacrifice. If I get minion life, they don't die. I also have minion life here. And I think I get some here. Yeah. So life, 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 life. They should... And then they have some regen here. So they should be fine. But I think without minion life, they still die here and there. But not that. It's like they're just dropping dead like flies anymore, like they did in Act 1. So I think I'll leave this. An alternative is minion life, and minion damage is not an option for zombies. You don't want to reduce their life. And of course, you want as many as you can have, so 3 or 4. We want flame dash. We can also go frost blink. Act 2 is not where we get curses. Curses are Act 3. Is there anything else we get Act 2? I will put minion life in place of melee fizz. Or better still, copy paste zombie. This should be melee fizz. This should be minion life. Added fire damage is, I guess, an option, but I don't see why you would use this over melee fizz. And if you get blue, you put minion life in there. If you don't have access to minion life yet, feeding frenzy is not yet an option. So what else could you put here? I don't think there's anything. I guess rootless, right? Rootless is an option. Yeah, rootless is an option. I don't know that you would have access to this though as a witch. I don't think you would. So I don't think this is pointless. Because you don't have, unless you mule and you don't want to mule. I don't want to mule at least. I would like a blue and a red. But the blue is here and the red is there. Meh, this is fine. By Act 3, we get Raise Spectre, so we want to have this. What else? Oh crap, my stomach is kind of uncomfortable. What the fuck? Like, bro, can you just not bother me? Act 3 is Siosa. So we have access to Feeding Frenzy. We don't have access to... Yeah, we don't have access to a Golem yet, but we have access to Feeding Frenzy, and we also get Precision. We don't want to have that Dread banner. It's not needed because we no longer need banners. The fuck is Spectral Helix? Why would I need this? Why is this here? Raise Zombie, Feeding Frenzy, Minion Life. Yeah. So you want 3 blues, and then as an alternative, you might want Melee Fizz all the same, or Melee Splash. But at this point, I just want them to apply Feeding Frenzy. While Ray Spectre does not have Impale, Ray Spectre has not minion damage either. This is Act 3. So it would probably be Carnage Imps or Carnage Monkeys I have at this point. If I have Carnage Monkeys, or Frenzy Monkeys rather, what do I want to support them with? Minion Life. Minion Life has something that would support. So Feeding Frenzy would have been nice. I'm thinking Minion Speed. Meat Shield is not an option yet until Siosa, so I guess it is an option. Why don't I give them Feeding Frenzy? And then, because I know I want these guys to step up to the plate eventually, my zombie should be more of a damage spot. So instead of Feeding Frenzy, I give them Melee Splash, Minion Life. Now here I think I have even more life, so let's go Melee Fizz. Keep the same energy as Act 3, as Act 2 rather, but I still want to copy this to this, paste it, and have Minion Life in here. So now the monkey should be in charge of applying Feeding Frenzy whenever we need Feeding Frenzy. The zombie should be in charge of doing damage alongside SRS. Tree wise, I don't think much has changed in the tree that I would want to even consider. We aren't playing around in this vicinity. We aren't coming down here. We aren't going to be using melee specters, so we don't need this. Alongside precision, we're chilling. Act 4, we still are not using our specters, so we're relying on zombies. By Act 4, what did I change? Act 4 is a short arc, so I don't think I added too many points. So the main thing I changed was this wheel and this wheel. So they're more survivable, which helps not even need life. Then at this point, we have golems that should apply Feeding Frenzy. So like this is fine. SRS is still carrying out damage. We added fire damage. I don't know that we want added fire damage though. This should be a 0. What else would be good? Guess early damage with attack would also be chilling. Could honestly replace minion damage, early damage attacks, and we'd be fine. Either way, we have a 4 link there. We have a 4 link for the zombies and a 4 link for specters. We can't put specters and zombies because now they're scaling differently. We're not going for melee specters, we're going for spell. So what we can do is asking for 3 4 links is a stretch. I could have Carrion Golem just be with, I guess so long as I have SRS, I don't need zombies to do damage. Is one thing. Minion X Master, what up? It's been a while. Minion Man is back with the retro changes. Yep. I mean, they're bringing those corpses back. I'm not gonna plan around them just in case because we have no idea what they've nerfed, so I'm not gonna plan around them. I'm just going to wait until launch and see what's they are returning, essentially. Like if like the perfect warlord is still really as good, giving us endurance charges, then I'm going to probably incorporate that into the build. But other than perfect warlord, maybe I don't see the fortify guy giving us 10 fortify again, like naval officer. I don't see that happening. Can't believe I got you to this game and now you're more try hard on it than me. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, it's the nature of the game, eh? What game did you even find me at? Like, I don't remember. Like, I don't remember what I was playing before PoE. Like, I know I was playing League, but I don't think it was League. I don't think that's where you hopped in. Oh yeah, it was RuneScape. Oh yeah, that was such a long time ago. I still play RuneScape, but like, I just now remembered. I remember I was PVMing. You're trying to convince me to do Zuck. I remember that. I remember you're pushing melee too. Yo, that was such a long time ago. Now I just play RuneScape very casually. I barely do try hard PVM. I do Raziel kind of often, but I can kind of kill him low effort, so like I just do that instead. I still get under 3-minute kills low effort, so like I can't complain. But yeah, pretty much, because way back when, I remember this. I still remember to this day the stream when I was trying to kill Zuck and I failed. Like, we tried him so many times, and then on the last kill, he just, I don't remember how I died. I think it was like the fire in Pizza Wave or something. Also peep the YouTube and bro. Well, thank you. Yes. PoE has been very good to me. I appreciate the community for being as supportive as they have been. You know, people love minions and I love my minions too, so you know, I'm able to help out a lot of people. Like, genuinely, if PoE didn't have minions, I don't think I'd still be as into it as I am now. Like, I don't think I might be very casual on PoE if it didn't have minions. But like, this is the only, I want to say the only game that has good minions, bro. So ready for melee gaming. What are you gonna league start? What do you want to league start? I'm going Spectres, as we can see. I'm currently planning what I'm going to do in Act 4 and probably above. This is my leveling POB, so I just want to make sure everything is looking good. And I kind of want to make sure on launch, I have this open. I know I'm one to just kind of wing it and do what I want to do, even though I've planned ahead. But I'm trying to make sure this is there, so I actually make a mental effort to follow this. That's a better question. It's gonna be melee though. Yo, the amount of buffs melee got, like, it's wild. But it's good. I think it's very good. I do not like what they did to Call to Arms though. I will say that. Call to Arms has basically been gutted. I don't know why you would use it for anything that is not General's Cry. Or I guess I've heard talk about Seismic Cry, so maybe that is good with it too. But like, they just basically nerfed it for every utility cry out there. I mean, I know it was pretty strong, but you would think they would nerf the cry itself, i.e. Enduring Cry, rather than Call to Arms, because that's like your only option for automating cries at this point. Cries as a whole got nerfed. What else did they change aside Call to Arms? I mean, I know Call to Arms is honestly, it's, if not for the fact that it no longer grants like buffs to the player, buffs and charges to the player / allies, I would say Call to Arms actually got buffed because it has better cooldown recovery rates, like much better. Previously it was reducing your cooldown recovery rate, now it's actually increasing it. So they took a full circle. I forgot to check the mana multiplier, but I don't think they changed that. So, but yeah, that's that caveat. That's, oh, it no longer applies the buffer, yada yada. It's like, oh god. Battle Mage's Cry got gutted? Really? And you know, last patch I was considering going in mana stack, and I think I was gonna use Battle Mage's Cry. I believe I still have the patch notes open somewhere. There we go. Let me see. I didn't even bother looking at anything else that was not minion related, but let's look. Yeah, I heard it's so sad for Enduring Cry. Like, that one I checked because I'm like, if they did this to Call to Arms, what does that now do? And it's like, it's sad. No longer grants a buff which gives you bonus armor and melee range. Instead, the user and nearby allies gain a buff that grants early res. What? Question mark? So you went from getting armor and melee range to getting early res? How does that make any sense? Conditional defense is icky. Yeah, I mean, previously you could get your cries up to 100% uptime, so like if that was the case, it's not so conditional so long as you don't run a cooldown recovery map or something like that. But with the Call to Arms change, like this, because of this, you can't automate it, so like it's completely up to you, and you can't put it on left click either. So I don't know. Why would you even? Why? But man, it is what it is. I don't see the Endurance Cry Spectre going core. I'll be honest. Like the guy I mentioned, the Perfect Warlord, I don't see it. I don't see it going core. I don't think it's gonna come back, but we'll see. And if it does, it's gonna be giga nerfed. No longer grants a buff which boosts critical strike chance and allows attacks to benefit from increases to spell damage. Instead, the user and nearby allies gain a buff that boosts critical strike chance. The buff grants plus 0.5 to critical strike chance per 5 power and counts. I can count a maximum of 25 power now, but you're on this. So this was just removed. So your attacks can no longer benefit from spell damage? Question mark. How does this buff have anything to do with being a battle mage? Like, Like if it was just a mage's cry and you would use this for a spell-based build, sure. Wow. One base attacks. So like what's the name of that one? Kinetic bolt. So like that. So now so you just don't benefit from spell damage. So that means if you're going for a one base attack, you just kind of have to scale attack damage and ignore spell altogether. But you'll probably be in the part of the tree that has a lot of spell stuff. And you might have to take nodes that have a lot of spell stuff. But you can't benefit from spell damage. I think and that, so what's it called? Connor would have to rework his builds. 1 mana left. He'll have to rework his builds because this is a big change. Because I know he typically goes Mjolnir and some lightning spell and then cyclone and yada yada. So I imagine this is something that he has to take accounts for. Power Siphon early hits all the kinetic shit. Yeah. Ugh. RIP. Moment of silence for them. What up, Arcane? How you doing? What else do we have going on here? What other cries are there? I vividly recall an MT video when he had a strength stacker a few leagues ago, hitting something and doing fuck all damage, then hitting battle mage's cry and evaporating it. Yeah, good luck with that build. I mean, you basically have to rework your whole tree to take that into account. Basically, you have to just take everything you've done so far that was scaling spell damage and just hard send it to attack. But then you'd be in an awkward spot with your tree, and that is not a situation I want to be in. Fuck wonders, anyways. Hey, in this league, we get our minions to smack things. That's how we do it, all right? We don't get in on that melee stuff. We just tell our melee minions to go slap them for us. You feel me? We don't get our hands dirty. Not this league. What other cries are there? I could just search cry, to be honest. Enduring cry. I think I already read this. It's just life regen. So sad. Rip. Is there any cry that now gives % armor or something like that? Because the one that was above that I used to give armor no longer gives it, right? Oh yeah, General's Cry. I'm actually interested in General's Cry. I hope this wasn't gutted. Supporter skills now deal 60% less damage at gem level 1, previously 45. Scaling to 51% at gem level 21, previous. Yikes. Yikes. What the fuck? Like, granted, they buffed the skills you'd be using General's Cries for. And this is probably to take that into account, but like, god damn. Oh, Seismic gives armor and Omega Giga AoE. Funny slam cry. So basically, Seismic Cry is going to be the cry to run. Infernal Cry. What do you mean it no longer covers enemies in Ash? I'm glad I'm going through the cries, because like this is something I have used on my RF minion build. The user and nearby allies now gains a buff that grants a portion of their face damage as extra fire. What the fuck? Buff grants 5% face extra per 5 power. Combust now has a diseffectiveness of a base. Yeah, alright. You're a bust. I don't see me. Well, I guess you could technically be used for something like LESRS or something, but like, Ash was so much more impactful. Now there isn't any easy way to use minions and apply Ash, as far as I know, because the easiest ways to apply Ash was Infernal Cry for non-hit builds, and for hit builds you would go the left ring slots on from, I think it was the small Exarch boss drop. I forget the name. Polaric in something. That ring. Devastation, I think that's the thing. Apply Ash Ring and hit them, and if you aren't a hit build, fuck. Yeah, so basically this just says, well, you know, if you don't hit them, well, fuck you. Like you're not necessary. Like that's just sad. On the bright side, I mean, the build I played way back when I made an explosive arrow build at some point, that one could still be fine. You know what I'm curious about? I'm curious about this. Right? Hear me out. You see how this says LE damage in melee weapons, yada yada, crits with this, crit with that. There is a universe where, as a totem build, I actually go Warden for I would go Warden for tinctures, and you know, this basically I would go Warden and skill tinctures and use ballistas. There is that universe. So what this makes Bark apply to spells. I would have to do something like 1, 2, 3. Assuming I can maximize the uptime of tinctures, I don't mind having an additional one. But what if you stagger them? You know how they have an 8-second cooldown? If you could keep one for like 8 seconds, you turn one on, it goes on, and before you turn it off, you turn on the second one, then that one goes off. This one continues with, but then I think you still have the mana burn stack, so it wouldn't work. Well, 0.5 seconds per mana burn on you when the tincture is activated up to a maximum of 6 seconds. Like you have 30% less mana burn rate. So if you can reduce the mana burn rate and yada yada, you can effectively have a 2-second cooldown between tinctures. But why would you then want two? Why would you want 2 tinctures if you still have to deal with the same mana burn? Maybe you can have both of them at the same time, and then the mana burn rate would still be small enough to where you can ignore it. I don't know. But yeah, there is a universe, because I don't think this... My totem should be able to apply the shock. They should be able to apply... Well, I don't know that enemies you freeze counts because they freeze them, right? And I wouldn't be gaining Unbound Fury either unless I'm actually actively hitting. So like this area is probably just not friendly to ballistas, but this area is... Who knows? Maybe it's something I'll play around with. Maybe. Tinctures seem like giga shit, no. Maybe with Warden they might be usable, but outside Warden I don't think I see areas where I use tinctures. I think Warden is basically what you would run if you wanted to use tinctures. I don't know why you would use tinctures outside of it, unless, you know, they are actually like, because remember, they can easily be unique tinctures that are being released alongside these regular ones. And on top of the fact that you can have the implicit, you can also craft explicit. So instead of having, let's say, like this is 24% to crit multi as an explicit, you might want something like that. But They seem rather nerfed. Oh, they're nowhere as strong as they were in Affliction. Because in Affliction, you could make it so a tincture was to make it so any damage can poison. Nothing comes even remotely close to that. Why all hits poison is gone. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm hoping that I unpopular opinion, but I find the mana burn mechanic kind of fun to play around. If you can build it to the point where you have no mana burn. But if no matter what, you will have mana burn and you have to reactivate it at some point, then no, screw that. And I hope the investment to get to 0 mana burn isn't like just too much to where it's not worth it. Because if you have like, let's say, why would you want to increase mana burn rates? All the modifiers we've seen so far are modifiers to mana burn rate and tincture effect. So like this one gives us less mana burn rate. This one is actually big because it's a multi, right? It's less, not reduced. So that one is actually pretty big for the tinctures. I don't think you run this without running this. And if you run this too, you must have a reason to want to use 2 different tinctures versus using a flask. You can do so much with the mana burn and reduce the CDR to balance out with the linger effect. Also, there are unique tinctures we don't know about. The unique tinctures are what I think could be very interesting. Like I honestly think that they know that all damage can poison is very popular, and they might want to introduce it in the tincture, or at least they might make it so 50% of all damage can poison, or 50% of non-chaos, or what you get what I mean. Even that would still be decent. It still means like I can still make a functional explosive arrow ignite / poison build, which was a fun build, by the way. I played it back in Affliction. I went explosive arrow and I of course scaled ignite because it's explosive arrow, but then because all damage can poison, I would use that same fire to then poison, and so you'd have these 2 different dot damages at the same time applying to the enemy. It was fun. I didn't take it too far though. I didn't take it too far. If you get paid on 100% uptime plus activity gives your mana regen plus kind of worse than just using a flask. Yeah, I mean, if you can get 100% uptime, which I don't think you can, then, you know, that's good. And the reality of tinctures is what you're going to want to do is you turn it on, you gain, where is it? You gain 12 stacks of this, and then you turn it off. And then you reduce the cooldown to 6 seconds to where once all your mana burn is gone, you turn it back on. 100% uptime, very, very annoying playstyle. Now, what if there was, you know, the way we can enchant flasks? What if they were enchants for tinctures too? That would make that reapplication automatic. Then you can basically just turn your brain off, do your thing, make sure you get, like, so long as you created your character to where you gain at least 12 mana burn stacks, then you can just let your mana run out. Just get a mage blood. Who needs tinctures anyway? You can get a mage blood and still have a 1 tincture. Don't forget. You can also make it deactivate at 12 mana burn on the tree. Oh, you can? Let me see. Tincture mastery. The first 6 mana burn applied to you have no effect. Oh! 30% evasion while you have an active tincture. Flash charges gained per mana burn on you. Flasks adjacent to applied tinctures have 10% increased effect when you've used. Wait. 10% increased effect when used if you've hit an enemy with a weapon recently. Tinctures deactivates when you have 12 or more mana burn. So if you take the first mastery, i.e. the 6 have no effect, and then you take the last one where you have when they deactivate on 12 or more, and you reduce their cooldown, then you should never really feel the effects of having the mana burn in the first place. But the problem with this deactivate when you have 12 or more is I would like it to where they would automatically reactivate off cooldown. Let me see. Is there any universe where there's something like that? Effects that interact with mana burn interactive weeping wounds instead. You can honestly use this, causes you to lose 1% of your max life per second per stack. You can use this and get a boatload of like regen though, or leech. Imagine what happens when you run out of leech and they just go straight to 1 life. Just soup. But you can't forever out sustain this because there's no max stacks it can inflict. Counter argument: Progenesis or Explode Flask. Counter argument: you're not playing a build that can take advantage of Explode Flasks. Progenesis, you're broke. I mean, think about it. Like, before you get Progenesis, you have to farm, so you have to play the game. So that means before the Progenesis, you can do something. You can use tinctures. After Progenesis, of course, there's no argument. Like, Progenesis is just, it's OP. Tinctures have 40% increase effect while you're above 10 stacks of mana burn. 5% reduced mana burn rates. What are you? Cooldown recovery speed. So if you're on 8 seconds and you have 25% reduced cooldown recovery speed, how does that math go again? It's 8 divided by 1.25. Is that it? 6.4. So with this, you still have 4, I guess, milliseconds. Well, technically it's not 4. It's well, 40 milliseconds where you can't reactivate it. So you still need some extra cooldown recovery rates somewhere to make it so it's perma uptime. Yeah, no, that's it. There's no other way to reduce your tincture cooldown unless this. Nah. Increase effects, increase effects, increase effects, effects. Yeah, there's no way. I can't see a way. It can literally be very comfy. The first 6 have no effect and they'll get at 12. You only feel half the effect. Yeah, it's comfy until you have to reactivate it. Because remember, that means, let's say you were to get, let's say you greatly reduce the burn rate. That means, let's say with all of these and the masteries, you now have it so you have to you gain a mana burn every, what's the default time, by the way, for mana burn? Does it say? Let me see. Does it say what the default time is? Lose 1% of max mana per stack per second. So you'd begin. So by the time you get to 12%, in this scenario, you'd be losing 6% of your max mana. Now you're reducing the stack rate. So instead of being per second, if you can get to like 100% less, and it's per 2 seconds. But I don't think it's easy to get 100% less or 100% reduced effects or reduced mana burn rate rather. With this 30% less, then you have like, I think it's 1.3 seconds or something like that. But that's effect. So like, Maybe you can get to 1.5 without spending too many points. Like I don't see you going past like 1.7, but I want to say 1.5. So even if it's 1.5, that would mean that your 12 stacks will still take like 18 seconds, right? Yeah, 18. So you would then get to 18, it deactivates, it's up for 6 more seconds, so 24 seconds, and then you have to reactivate. So like even then, it's still like you still have you still have to activate it like twice every minute and like 3 times every other minute or something like that. It will get tiring. %6 mana drain per second will still break like a lot of builds. Yes, it will. I would say the only people who can easily, and I mean easily, afford something like this are mana stackers. Mana stackers would not mind it as much. For non-mana stackers, like for bow builds, they really stack negative costs. So like most builds right now are designed around not even having like too much regen, but like they just don't spend much mana, so they cannot handle mana burn. You basically have to build around the fact that you're going tinctures if you want to go tinctures. With endurance sufficient plus 6 seconds, you can get 14.4 seconds total uptime, 1 second downtime. Endurance sufficient. I'm probably gonna have to search that, aren't I? Or is it this one? Oh, it's this one. .4 second total uptime. This is assuming what? 12 stacks? Because if you're assuming 12 stacks, then it deactivates, and we're using just straight up base values, then we're gonna have to use 1.3. So if it's 1 second and it has a less modifier, so that's times what? It's 1 second by default times 0.7. What am I saying? Divided by 0.7, I think, right? Then times 12 stacks. I got 17 seconds. Or am I bugging? Am I doing the math wrong? I got 17 seconds. Well, you will get 12 stacks every time, but only fill 6. Also, I'm not sure, but I wouldn't really go tinctures without warden since it's literally made for it. Unless we get some insane uniques. I see there being some strong ones. I would say the uniques have to at least, and I mean at a minimum, compete with flasks that exist in the game. And when you look at flasks that exist in the game, you have the Progenesises, the Oriat's Ends, the even just movement speed flasks like magic flasks. You have those. So like flasks are really strong. So to make this a viable ascendancy and to make tinctures appealing, they can't just like nerf affliction tinctures and bring them back and that's okay. They actually have to give us like actual power to where it makes uptime tincture 0.7 times 12, 8.4 seconds. What do you mean? If you have less mana burn rate, that means it takes longer for the mana burn to occur. 30%, it takes 30% more time. So that would mean it's either 1.3 seconds, or which is 1 times 1.3, or it's like 1 divided by was it 1 divided by 0.7, something like that. I feel like that, you know what, maybe, just maybe, we can have tinctures here and I can see if POB already has it there. Tinctures might have more use for bossing now that I think about it, but they still have good uptime there. Tinctures, let's say you have a build that does insane damage, right? You just do a lot of damage. I would say yes, there is definitely a place, because your fight should be done within the how many seconds you have going on, which is like 18 at the minimum seconds. And that is assuming you're not even taking that mastery, but rather you're just going for the passive that makes you ignore the first 6, and then actually it is using that mastery or that ascendancy, because you need to have the lingering effects. You have near permanent uptime. And then after Mage Blood, do you want to use it for bossing? You probably still do if you don't have a 5th offensive flask that just helps you one shot better, because the goal for bossing is not to be able to eat damage, or to zoom around, it's damage. So if you have tinctures doing more damage than flasks, then there will be at least one spot for a tincture. Dying Sun. The thing is, you don't need it. I don't say you don't need a mage blood for bossing. You kind of do. Dying Sun depends on the build. Many builds do not care about Dying Sun. It's builds that have AoE mortar like projectiles that would care about having a Dying Sun, like Forbidden Rites. Or bow builds that use was it Nimbus that makes it so? Was it Nimbus? Nimbus made it so all the returning projectiles did individual damage, or is that just return projectile mechanic overall? We won't even know until we know all the implicits they can have, because they've only shown us 3 implicits. I'm sure they have more than 3 implicits. Okay, so there's nothing here for tinctures as far as I can tell, and they are not under flasks. It'd be weird if they were. It'd be very weird if they were. But anyways, if 1.4 is to be trusted from having 30% less rate, which I'm not entirely sure it is, if I think about it hard enough, I'll actually think about it. I'll actually figure it out. So it has a 1 second rate and it's reduced rate, which means it applies less often. With cooldown recovery, when you have increased cooldown recovery rates, you take the value and you divide it by 1 plus the decimal. So in this case, it's like 8 divided by, let's say it has 20, let's say it has 25% increased cooldown recovery rate is divided by 1 plus 0.25 or 1.25. That would give you the new cooldown of the skill. Whereas like if it was 100%, then it'd be 1 + 1, so that'd be 2. That'd be 4 rather. That's how you calculate increased cooldown recovery rate. So reduced cooldown recovery rate, I assume, is the same, where it's 8 divided by 1 plus, and then the percent. Maybe the thing then is negative. So if you divide it by, let's say it has reduced, so that'll be 1 minus 0.25 for 25% reduced cooldown recovery rate. So that'll be divided by 0.75, which will give us 10 seconds. And if that is correct, let me see if this is correct. Cool down calculator. Let's use 8. Total cooldown reduction 25. Cool time after 5 point. Last chaos guides and information. This isn't accurate. What the fuck are you calculating, my guy? Yeah, it's something else. I just need a very generic one, you know, efforts. I'm just going to assume I'm correct. And if I assume I'm correct in the reduced cooldown recovery rate, then I can assume it's the 1 divided by 1 minus 0. Was it 0.3? Yeah, which would give me 1 divided by 0.7. Yeah, so I assume this is correct, and I honestly think it is correct, actually. So with less cooldown recovery, the less mana burn rate is going to be this one. It's going to be this, and then you just multiply this by 12, which is the amount of stacks you have to get. So this will take 17 seconds to get the stacks, and then you add 6 seconds on top of that for your cooldown, and you have 23 seconds uptime, and then you have a downtime of like 0.4. Something like that. You're out for a couple of hours. I need to do something else, so I'm going to lose my mind. Friday so far. Yeah, Friday is indeed so far. What are you going to do? I mean, I personally just, like last night, I just played Torchlight. I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna watch anime, play Torchlight. I could have done this planning then, but I'm just like, nah, I don't want to. Like, Friday is a long time. It's far away. I've recorded a video I wanted to record. I haven't started working on the one after that. I will probably start working on that today or tomorrow. So I'm just like, you know what? It's fine. It's not that deep. It is what it is. You know? Comedy Festival at Cinnamon Park. Bill Burr is gonna be there. Oh shit. You know, I wanted to go for that thing, but the first time I saw the ad, Bill Burr was already sold out. I'm like, bruh, why? Because like there were 3 shows, right? I'm like, I want to see Bill Burr. I go into the link and it's sold out. Except the more expensive one. I'm like, bruh, I'm not spending this much for this. You knew about it since last year? Yo, that's wild. I found out about it like 2 months ago. Anyways, have fun. It's bound to be hilarious. I also like Bill Burr. I love his comedy. Laugh for the both of us. That's all I can say. Is there a reason why no one would go Bastion of Fates? And isn't this also called Bastion of... Isn't there a Bastion of Fate node already? Or is Bastion of Hope? Okay. Alright, see you, Arcane. Thanks for stopping by. Where were we? Before we got sidetracked by mana burn and mana calculations. We were in Act 4. By Act 4, we still have Frenzy Monkeys. Where this is around the area when we get 2 Frenzy Monkeys because we select here. So Frenzy Monkeys, they can be in charge of... Wait. If I'm dealing with Frenzy Monkeys in Act 4, they shouldn't have any of these. Frenzy Monkey should have Minion Life. I want to say Feeding Frenzy. And what else? I guess minion speed is not a bad idea if I want them to be the sole source of Feeding Frenzy versus zombies and Carrion Golem. So here, zombies would then, and Carrion Golem could then have, instead of Feeding Frenzy, we could have a Phase to Lightning. Or added something. I was gonna use this, but instead of Impale for Vow Summon Skellies, we're gonna have Phase to Lightning because we're gonna be going full Phase. Phase to Lightning minion damage raise zombie. That's a damage link. Then here we have Control Destruction. Lightning Pen. Faster casting. And then you are in charge of why Assassin's Mark? They have flat crits. What does this have to do with anything? Why would I care about Assassin's Mark? Because Skellies ignore res? Question mark? Vulnerability. But because we're going physical and this is the only physical curse needed and I needed a curse myself, so I went to Assassin's Mark. That's my train of thoughts. That's what I was thinking. I'm not crazy. So this is a 4-link, a 4-link, and a 4-link. I don't mind this, to be honest. This would be big for single targets. This has to be source of this. Animate Guardian, I want to keep you here. We're gonna put you at like level 5. You're not gonna be used. Actually, we're gonna remove you from here. I'm gonna put Anime Guardian somewhere else just so it can be leveling up. Wait a second, we don't even use Anime Guardian because eventually we're gonna get rid of it. But we might want to use Anime Guardian before we switch to Rate Lord. I don't know yet. Think. What would I want to do? Oh, by the way, you know, I'm just not realizing. I might have a leveling copy of this here. Oh god, I do. Oh lord, I actually fucking do. I'm just not realizing it. Main damage, SRS, this, raise zombie, this, steel skin. I mean, now we don't use steel skin until we get well, I guess we control Z this. Actually no. Steel skin as well as automation. I probably want to take these notes too. So if I had to. And then in this 30 should be this too. And then in this it should be that. This was me planning for using zombies, I believe. Don't I? Am I not going to be using? Do I not have precision somewhere? Because the current plan. This should be Act 5. This should be Act 5. Well, echo controlled lightning pen. This is so Chaos Golem can help with shit. So we have 1, 2, 3 links, and then this can be anywhere. This was before automation was even in POB. This can be a 3-link, or it can just not exist. In any case. What do I want to change here? This is fine. I think these are all fine. These 2 points are needed, however, and I think Where are my auras? So let's say I find this on the chest piece. And I find this on the helmets. This on the boots. Gloves are free and this can be on like shield. This can easily be shield. Then I need main hand. I still have gloves open. Because what I'm thinking is I don't have auras in this setup. I don't like that I don't have auras. And if I had to, I wouldn't even go phase run, because phase run requires a shit ton of dexterity. And I'm probably not going to have dexterity leveling up until I get my Percro Stone. Now, Percro Stone is going to give me a lot of dexterity, which is good, but I probably don't get this during the campaign. I'll get it as soon as I can, but like, odds are it's not going to be during the campaign. Do I get rid of phase run? Because in a league start scenario, what are the odds I have so many links? I mean, I can have these two. These don't have to be linked either. But if all, let's say 1, 2, and then these 4 are just scattered all over the place, not requiring links, then I probably don't have enough sockets to have those and one extra, you know, curse. No curse, aura. So what can I do to help me? These 3 are non-negotiable. I need to have all 3 of them. This one also needs Fizz to Lightning, so I don't want to replace this one because then Skellies just fall over and die. I could put Skellies here instead of minion life, but again, they fall over and die until I have some levels behind them. They will just fall over and die. But by this point, best case scenario, I think we're also going to be pushing for more minion life. Just to be on the safer side, I want to have these, honestly, I want to have it earlier. But like here, there isn't really anything I can do. 60 points, why am I pathing? I'm pathing for this node here. Why do I want to be at accuracy? Because I'm using zombies, but I'm not using precision aura. I could easily use precision aura, generosity, and these 2 nodes, and I could be fine, especially fitting in another aura, i.e. purity of elements or determination or haste, whatever the case may be that I choose to use. Speaking of, in a league start scenario, what do I want to choose to use is another question. What is the aura? I always love purity of elements because nothing pisses me off more than being frozen in Sayosa's dungeon, because they have a lot of freeze enemies there. Same thing with the tower to Dominus. There's a lot of freeze enemies there. Very annoying to deal with. I don't want to get frozen for even a second. But anywhere past that, purity of elements is not as important. Though it helps with early res, it's not as important. Think. What can I remove? How important is Steel Skin early? I want Steel Skin by Act 5 because that's when I'm going to be dealing with. Is it by Act 5 or Act 4? Where do we meet bleed enemies, the puncture enemies? That's Act 5, right? That's Act 4. Because it's the acts that we face. We go through the blood aqueducts that are still water. We face Dareso, we face Comb, and then we go into the belly of the beast with not a cockroach woman. What's her name again? Diala. I think. We go into Belly of the Beast, we face the bleed enemy, so we need Steel Skin by Act 4. We don't need Phase Run though. Phase Run is... I'm gonna put it here so I remember it's an option in case I want to be faster. But I don't think I'm gonna actually use it. So if I use this as optional, so I don't have it, that leaves us with 3-4 links, which is, you know, sketchy. But like, if we don't gain, if we have like a 3 link, we just remove minion life from here. If we should have a 4 link by Act 4 to use for it should be Act 5. Slave drivers are in Act 5, not Act 4. I should probably edit this to be Act 5. To have these many like 4 links from Act 5 is more reasonable too. Act 1 to 4. So 3-4 links is... It depends on RNG really, but let's assume I have only one. It's going to be my zombies that take that. It's going to be my zombies. And I'm really thinking of putting someone Skelly here. Because if I put someone Skelly here... If I put someone Skelly here, then they can take advantage of this. And we can replace melee splash with something else. But at this point, we're also not using SRS. And I believe we use SRS here. Yes, we do. So this is assuming Act 5. We're obviously no longer using SRS. So our main damage is between the Spectres, which we should have 2 of at this point. We don't have level 13 Spectre gem by this point. So we only have 2. So we have our 2 slave drivers and then our zombies and Val Summon Skellies. But Val Summon Skellies, if we can give it minion life and phase 2 whatever, should be golden for a single target. So what I'm thinking is if I put it here in place of melee splash, I don't really need raised zombies to clear enemies for me. I don't really need that. What I need is single target, and Val Summon Skelly is probably the best bet for it. Either that, or I could put Fizz to Lightning here, so they have, you know, Feeding Frenzy and that, but someone Chaos Golem needs to have Feeding Frenzy. And I would not have a second Golem or anything by this point. And I would not want to put someone Chaos Golem in a 4 link by itself. That's counterproductive. I could also just remove Chaos Golem altogether. But then I would have no permanent minion that's applying Feeding Frenzy, so that's not an option. What else can I put here? If zombies and skellies would take Fist of Lightning and minion life, then what else goes in here? I mean, I could just say this is a 3 link and that becomes a whole lot easier to plan around, you know, by Act 5, having a 3 link and 2 4 links. I could also just straight up leave Ray Zombie as is. I could have someone skeleton, remove Chaos Golem, and then go face the Lightning minion life. So this would be a 3 link, and then I just find a 2 link for Golem and Feeding Frenzy. The difference is in that setup, Golem is going to die a whole lot more frequently because it doesn't have minion life on it. It wouldn't have minion life, so it would die more frequently. But we would have more damage because we have Foul Summon Skelly, which is now a 3-link with minion life and fizz to lightning. And then we'd have Raise Zombie, which would still be a 4-link with all of these. We'd probably replace Melee Splash though with something for DPS. Because that's like the biggest thing. It's even if I use this, if I use Summon Skellies here, then I just have 2 gems that are 3 links rather than a 4-link gem and a 3-link gem. Well, again, not the end of the world. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put Skellies here. I think I'm gonna put Val Summon Skellies here. And then I'm going to just straight up remove it from here. Yeah. 3-link, 4-link, 4-link. 3 sockets. Because they don't need to be. They're just 3 individual abilities. They can be anywhere. So let's say this goes in the helmet. This would go into chest piece. This could go anywhere. Let's say boots. This can even go in offhand. Offhand is more likely that I found a 3-link off. So offhand. This should not even exist. I'm ready to disable it for here. Yeah, I'm disabling that. So I'll probably remove that mod altogether because throughout 3.24 I never once used a convocation shield because it's not the easiest thing to craft, you know. It just straight up isn't. It has, if I remember correctly, convocation just has a gem tag. It's tag. Other than that, it doesn't have any other tags. You can't hit gem tags unless you're graveyard crafting. It's not reliable, so I'm going to remove convocation from there. And that's why I have convocation here. So this is just 3 different sockets. Now this is a 2 sockets. This we can say goes on the main hand, and it has 1 free socket. It has 1 free socket. So now total, if we just take a 3 socket glove for example, 2 sockets main hand, where do we have space for an aura? We have space on the glove because we can have a 4th socket there that would have precision. We don't have any space anywhere that has a 2-link that I can think of. Wait, boots are completely empty right now in this universe. Boots are completely empty, so we can actually play around with boots. We can go this is where our auras will go: precision, generosity, because we should get that from, I think CSR gives that to us, and we just need another socket for somewhere, anywhere really. Purity of elements. This one, there's still 2 socket spaces on the boots if you find the 4 sockets. The main hand still has a socket free because phase run doesn't exist because it's optional. The gloves still have a potential socket spot free, so this is not stretching it by any means. This is very, very fine. It is very likely to happen. Then 4-link. Here we have chain. We have, what the fuck am I doing? What the fuck is why do I have chain? Slow approach, chain. Why the fuck would I have you with chain? Oh, this is Wretch Defilers. In my head, with this 4-link Spectres, I was still using slave drivers. I'm like, why does chain have to do with anything? So then my brain went, could this be for ball lightning Spectres, i.e. Baronite preachers, but no, it isn't, because that doesn't chain. So like, I'm trying to think, why the fuck do I have chain? And I remembered, oh, reg defilers can chain. Yeah, no. You definitely want return projectiles on reg defilers. So the moment I get my reg defilers, it should be control destruction, because they can't crit already, so like it doesn't matter. We want empower. Skill of Edge is greater than slave drivers, but this is hard to get. Isn't that from isn't Skill of Edge from Breach? No, is it Breach? Yeah, it's Breach, right? Why does the mechanic name just sound, it sounds weird when I say it now, but. Or is this something you can get during the campaign? Because I'm thinking, because like at this point we should be in early maps at least, so we get to play around with stuff. The thing is with Skill of Ash is I don't remember that there's anywhere in the campaign where we have Breach, unless they add it as like a, you know, a campaign surprise or whatever. So if we don't have access to Breach, shouldn't you be showing the messages, Caster Labs? I feel like I'm gonna have to find a new way to stream to YouTube, because like I can see the messages on my browser because my OBS is in front of my browser, but it should in theory be showing on OBS itself, but like half the time it just doesn't work. But anyways, the problem with Skill of Ash, it's Ash. It sounds like, do they use lightning or do they use fire? Ash is the lightning guy, I think. So you'd have to wait until the campaign, until early maps to get Skill of Ash. And of course, like you said, it's hard to get. But remember, here's something else. PoE planner. Once you have a certain number of Atlas 3 points, being this, not that, it should, I don't know, I like it come to the right because I'm going to the right. Once you have 22 going to 23 Atlas points, you can get Reg Defilers. And Reg Defilers beat Skill of Ash. So I don't know that it's worth even bothering leaving slave drivers to go Skill of Ash to then get Reg Defilers. Because slave drivers are not the leveling. You know, you get them Act 5 in control blocks, I believe. And you just use them throughout because they're very comfortable. I don't know if I still have clips from my last league start. I probably do, question mark, or I don't remember. But anyways, they basically would carry you through the early game. Like they are very good, but they are squishy and they will die here and there. So you want to replace them once you get to maps because you will have them dying here and there. Rectifilers on the other hand, very tanky. PoEDB. PoEDB. If we just look at Wretched Defilers and Slave Drivers, and I guess in the spirit of things, we should also open Scale of Ash. Scale of Ash. Looking at this, let's just go to monster level 78, all across the board, 78. So we're comparing the same level. Life 16k, 71k, 18k. So Scale of Ash is squishier than Slave Driver health wise, but do they have, let me look at their armor and other stats. Armor 78k, 60. Yeah, they Scale of Ash is squishy. What do they do? Dodge left, dodge right. This is always a problem with Spectres, but let's hope the Spectre versions don't use them. But anything dodge, that's a problem. It just means DPS downtime. Breach, lightning whip, breach arc. So they cast arc and lightning whip. There's probably a dominated video for about it, isn't there? Let's pull up dominated. Dominated scale of Ash. Yeah, you can trust dominated to have a video on it. Oh, they're the ones that look so fucking weird. They look like bacteria. They genuinely look like bacteria. Like the bacteria you see like in biology class or something. So he got a 15% shock, 24%. On a 2-second timer, then 15% shock. Huh. So this is with Ray, Spectre, Guardian's Blessing. Why Guardian's Blessing? Hatred. Feeding Frenzy. Why Guardian's Blessing though? Yeah, there's a whole lot of downtime. Like look at how long it takes him to stop staring. Like he's staring, nothing. Do more things. Dude, it looks like it summons things, right? Because those things weren't with it here, so it casts a summon ability too. Somewhere in the engage. It's summoned first. The small things are just auto attacking, it seems. They aren't really doing anything. Nah, I think slave drivers are better than these. Often used as an alternative to slave drivers, they use a very quick arc spell, 0% base lightning. They need to be rather close to use it. Lightning version of flame surge on a 5-second cooldown. So they have flame surge on a cooldown. They use team warp, which is similar to lightning warp on a 20-second cooldown. It summons 3 minions and leaves shock ground on the floor and applies. Oh, it applies shock. It leaves shock ground. This is actually pretty cool. It lasts for 8 seconds. So for 8 seconds, the enemy would have 15% shock regardless of how much health it has versus the damage they dealt. They use lightning orb very similar to ball lightning. The orb is a 5-second cooldown and has a 3-second duration. So it does affect them. Oh wow. Its look makes me uncomfortable. But yeah, I think slave drivers are definitely better. Because if you look at slave drivers they do nothing but just there is no downtime. That's the beauty of slave drivers. Bruh. Bruh, what the fuck? So yeah, these are our slave drivers, I believe. They look very... His Ray Spectre skin is very interesting. What the fuck are they doing so far back? This must be old AI or something. This has to be very old AI. Because I've never had them stay that far behind. I also haven't seen them use their melee attacks. But yeah, they do run around a lot, I think, but it's never that far back. Like this is insane. This isn't how they behave currently. Let me see if I still have like, let me see if I have what's the word I'm looking for here? Old league start footage. Because I started backing up my Twitch streams to YouTube earlier this year. I want to say roundabout just after last Epoch's launch. So there is a chance that I have it. But there's a chance I don't too. Let me see, private, unlisted, or whatever. Now let's just see if I have it. I don't think I would. I just have to see if, okay, I see last time I was playing PoE. I was doing 40-40 grind, flame specters, CI reg defilers. Okay, I think I do actually. Oh, I do. I'm gonna have to find oh, this was when the stream was having issues. I think I was lagging and I had to end my stream and I started here. This makes it easy to find gameplay. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is after I cleared and I created, so we can skip a bit. They love running around. So I go on a pack, convocate, I think, and then boom. So yeah, behavior wise, this was when Leech was still bugged. I'm not seeing any of that delay between. I'm going to try to watch them. They do end up being behind though. I will say that. More so than at least my other permanent minions, my zombies and the others. Like they are behind too, but not as far behind because these guys are running left, right. They're not just coming to me. They're going on different trips. But like there's no delay once we make contact with an enemy before they start. Wait. I might have spoken too soon. Here. He isn't. Oh wait, these aren't enemies. They have green health bars. I'm confused. But here, I think this is him. It's not firing. This should be an enemy, but oh, I know what's happening. I have the mod. This is not a good map to use. It has the mod joins your like the enemies would become. They would help you after they die, something like that. So this is probably better. So they're attacking. Here they're not attacking. Oh, did you see that? He did the whip. So I guess it's not old. It still kind of functions the same way. I never noticed. Like here, he uses the whip, then they start hitting. Good to know. It's still there. Not nearly as bad as the skill of Ash, but the AI still kind of has jank. And I guess I know why I didn't notice it previously. That's because I'm always shield charging and I just convocate and they typically kill. Like I don't have memories of having to wait for them to start attacking. So that's kind of why. But yeah, they still have jank, it seems. But meh, it is what it is. But the biggest reason slave drivers are even as good as they are, other than the bare minimum amount of like downtime compared to, let's say, skill of Ash, is where is your flame surge? I think it's this one, right? I think lightning flame surge. This has a cooldown time, and its cast time is more than this guy's own. So this one, it has really good effectiveness with increased cast speed because of this modifier right here, which I think is what somebody points out here, where it has a this cast time. It also has a base of this, so all increases to this. What it's telling me is the different minion cast speed is the way bigger damage increase per point for slave drivers and most other spectres. The difference between this, so yeah, it is this one. It is this it's a comment, not here. But yeah, cast speed is very effective on it because it has reduced cast speed off rip, and even with the reduced cast speed, or does this apply after the cast time, or is this the cast time with the reduced cast speed? I'd wager this is the cast time and then it's reduced from here. But yeah, but then you look at red defilers and it's just everything is better from base damage, or not everything is better. There's crit chance that it doesn't have. That's the biggest if, but you don't have to scale it for crits. It does well enough without crits. Like, it does pretty good without crits. I don't even think crits scaling it is worth it. In most cases, it definitely isn't. But yeah, that is the game plan. We're gonna remove the DBs now. I think we can put this behind. Where were we? We were looking at you. I was saying, what was the fourth one going to be? I think I was gonna say faster casting. Not phantasm. Definitely not phantasm. Lightning pen isn't bad. Added damage isn't bad. But I think at the end of the day, faster casting is our best bet. I'm not going minion damage early. Not with slave drivers. It is not happening. I'm sorry. But yeah, faster casting is the way to go. Okay. Just making sure. Remove from full DPS. Even this, I kind of want to remove it, but I'll leave it. This is after you get your 6 link and you have like raised zombies on a 6 on a what's it called, 1 2 3 4 5 6 on a 6 link. Yeah, this is well into the mid game. By this point you should be easily yellow red maps. You should be in red maps actually with say 6 link, because you can easily get to red maps with 5 links. I don't know if you can. I don't remember how it is like in tier 16s with a 5 link, but Oh, jeez. I don't think I want to do anything about this POB in the sense that... Wait a second. If this is... If this is 4-link and this is reg defilers, these are reg defilers, so I shouldn't be leveling them up like they are slave drivers. I should be thinking of reg defilers, which means remove. So faster casting is not the way to go for reg defilers here. Return projectiles is the way. Return projectiles. Actually, no, Pierce is... You can't have this without Pierce. If you have a 4-link on your Spectres, I don't even recommend... I guess you just have to Pierce control this... Pierce return. I think that's the way to go. Pierce return and power. I mean, I don't know that I recommend 4-link Spectres. I don't think I do. I could also go chain and then go control destruction. That is an option. Because with chain, I don't have to worry about return projectile mechanics and whatnot. I can literally just I don't have to worry about like these two. I can just have a more multiplier, but Pierce has a more multiplier on it, and return projectiles has a more multiplier on it because all the individual return projectiles come back to hit. All the individual projectiles come back to hit, and they do not suffer from the near... It was in near shots. What? On reopen last close time. Reopen, probably reopen again. Yeah, with their spell, they have a reverse point blank, which means the closer they are to the enemy, the less damage their skill does. And then as it travels or as it goes further, it then does more damage, or to the point where it does the actual damage it's supposed to. But once the projectile is returning, you don't have to worry about the reverse point blank anymore. So it's a big damage multiplier in that sense. With this version, you don't have to worry about not convocating them on top of enemies or whatever else you might want to or not want to. I don't think I'm going... I think once I have a 6-link, it's going straight to Spectres. I don't see myself... Like, once I have my reg defilers, I just go straight to this. I don't see myself... by the way, this shouldn't be changed. It should be Pierce. And, Pierce... and return projectiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Slower projectiles is not a needed swap or anything. So, oh, lol, I actually had. Never mind. I guess I just undo this. So yeah, I don't think this is relevant anymore. So I think I'm actually going to just delete this section, because this is safer. This is safer if, you know what, I'm going to leave it. And the reason I'm going to leave it is just on the off chance, it's not likely, but on the off chance that having, because I remember using defilers before I had Wraith Lord, and I used them while I had 3 minions and then 4 minions, and in both of these situations they did a really good job at what they were supposed to do. So I don't see a universe where they don't have the damage, where they don't have good damage, just going straight into this. Because this one, I designed this one because this was before rectifiers were a thing. So this POB initially was supposed to be for ball lightning, or for like what's the name of those fuckers? Baronite preachers, right? This was supposed to be for Baronite preachers, and Baronite preachers were a wild card in the sense that on paper they had insane damage, but I hadn't tested their damage in the end game, so I was going to test the damage in the end game. That was the plan. And just in case their damage fell short, because I knew there was a decent chance that they wouldn't live up to expectations. So I created a version where zombies would be the major contributing factor to the damage, while I felt how good they were essentially, and weighed the option of putting them on a 6 link or not. Was that the music? Did I just hear some from my apartment? I don't know. Give me a second. Let me get some water.
about to lose myself. I don't know what
Okay, I'm back.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I didn't plan on thinking.
All right, so what were we saying?
Messing with my brain, and I know I just wanna walk
We're doing something.
away, but you're making me
Pierce returning projectiles. Yeah. So that was why we opted for having this set up, you know, just in case, just on the off chance that we would need the increased damage from raised zombies. But like I said, I have experience with Reg Defilers, and I know for a fact like it's not needed. And in this version, I don't even think I would want to use chain versus just using straight up pierce return projectiles.
tell me what you want, 'cause I don't wanna be stuck in this dream.
Why is this forced active? There we go, I think. I'll leave this as an option in case people want it. Because you swap chain for a slower proj for single targets. But I think I'd rather use this one and no minion damage. That way I don't reduce their health for free. Like granted, they're tanky. They are very tanky, but meh. We have volatility, multi-strike, yada yada, because we're currently using Triad's Grip, 4 blue Triad's Grip to get them into 100% conversion. So zombies here are doing full lightning damage. So volatility is nice because, well, volatility is nice because we have per coastal. That is why. So it's like a big multiplier. Versus but yeah, we still have Val summon skellies with elemental army, so they, what was this, they apply exposure alongside our golem. This is basically a Zoomancer like approach to it until you get your rate lord, in which case, you know, you move on to the other, you know, other POBs. Is there any point I can remove from here? That goes in there. And then this one, I'll say this one goes for this. And then by 105 points. Oh, wait. I'm also missing these two. God damn, man. Thing is, I don't want to risk 75, that's level 60. By 90 points, I want to say yes. By 90 points, you can remove these, because at this point, you should be done with campaign and you might... What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Loadouts can be selected from the drop-down menu in this. Second loadout will load all 3 sets at once. This is automatically registered based on 1 or 2 conditions. All 3 sets share the same name, each leveling. All 3 sets have the same alphanumeric identifier inside braces at the end of the name. Leveling tree 1, leveling items 1, leveling skills 1. Oh. The new option allows you to get all 3 sets from a single pop-up for convenience. Oh, that is big actually. There's so many situations where it's like I have low budget, high budget, yada yada, and I just I have to swap each one individually and then start dealing with full DPS and anything that would come about from, you know, switching trees and whatnot. But by 105, it's fine to be exactly the way I had it before. Yeah, this is fine. Eventually, you just want to fill this out, destroy the link here, and go from there. I think this tree is fine. Okay, we're done. I think I'm happy with the way where it's at. We're probably not going to be using this until I'm happy with where it's at. Act 1 to 4. So I guess in Act 4 you do get golems. Act 1 to 4 is kind of stretching it, eh? I'll create one for Act 4. So this is edit, rename 1 to 3. Then copy Act 4. Knowing myself, Act 4, like I said, specters are going to be somewhere. What I would do is I would have a Spectre gem, probably on the offhand. Raise Spectre. Feeding Frenzy. Minion Life. Actually, let's put this in boots or some. And then just slap on a Chaos Golem, because by the end of Act 4 you get Chaos Golem. Then your main damage is still going to be SRS. For efficiency, it should still be SRS. Yeah, so SRS, melee, splash, minion damage, added fire. Then for zombies, we leave them as 3 links. Yeah. We should have a curse too, so let's remove this. Where's convocation? What is giving me convocation, my guy? Can I remove it? There's minion skill gem here. Where the fuck is convocation coming from? It's not this, it's not this, it's nothing of here. I'ma just do this. Good. That was so weird. Anyways, Frost Blink, Curse, Conductivity. Actually, no, not conductivity, early weakness. Because you are still fire. You are still physical. I guess by this point, I should probably be trying to get them to elemental, so I should be using fizz to lightning instead. Just to try to get them to use elemental damage. You, I don't care about your damage whatsoever. Then here, the third skill that we don't have to have linked is Frostblink, early weakness. That's all. Purity of elements. Purity of elements can be alone. Then this one can be in the offhand, which would be precision, and then generosity. This can go in the offhand or main hand or wherever else you can find space, but it should be 2. Oh wait, I do have this. Okay, delete. Again, do I want to path for accuracy? By level 105, do I want to? I want to be in this. I want to be in this vicinity because of the max res. Nothing else has changed on this tree, right? Yeah, nothing else has changed. Early on, I'm not specking into block, though I will want to spec into block at some point. I could cut here out. Cut here. Cut here. Go for here and then pick max res and then obviously get max res here. That give me +4 max res. That simple thing could be what I do. There is also a universe I just use this mastery over here to get +1 res, but I could also just use the same thing. Not here. Is there no armor mastery anywhere? This armor, yes, this is live. I could have sworn there was an armor mastery somewhere here, but I guess it's not. Armor mastery. That's retaliation. This is the closest armor mastery. But this is the only armor mastery we have available to us easily to get that +1 res. So if we do this, let's here out remove this. If I try to fit on like in Act 5 plus, if I try to add precision generosity, I shouldn't need this. We don't have a shield that has good block chance. We're not running Tempest Shield. I guess we could run Tempest Shield, eh? We have the mana to do it. But do I want Tempest Shield or do I want Determination? That is the question. Because at this point, I just want to have like armor bases. I think these are supposed to be cheap boots that you can make do with. These are cheap boots, but I think I recommend this one over the Scorch boots because the distance you need to be to Scorch, I don't like it. And instead of armor ES, well, I guess for the body armor, it has to be armor ES because the body armor uses a whole lot of blue gems, so it has to be ES or armor ES. There is no in between. Like this can't be a pure armor piece getting 3 blues, 2 greens, 1 red. It has to be a, it's probably going to be an, the piece most likely to get this is a pure int chest piece. But because I need to have armor there to get the +1 all res there. I actually can't take it, I think. Yep. And then if I were to do this, 79 all res after 110, level 87. I think I might just do that. I don't think generosity is going to be enough to give all the accuracy we need. But I want 10 points. We shouldn't be relying on zombies for much damage to begin with. Our Spectre should be able to carry us. And I don't want to just remove this just yet. I don't want to just up and remove it yet. Basically. I'm also gonna have to go over all the items pretty much. Any non-unique. This is gonna be a lot of work, isn't it? This is gonna be a lot of work. Oh yeah, we have Wrath going on here. We also don't have Precision. We have Determination going on. Conductivity. We have Tempest Shield. So we are going somewhat block. We're not going block cap or anything, but we are scaling a bit of block. Are there points I can obviously remove these 3. I'm still using Val Skellies is the thing for some DPS. So I can't just hard outspec out of accuracy. Unless I'm confident, and I am confident in the damage, but like, I don't know if I'm that confident, you know? $80 all res or 80 early res. We can get 20% chance to avoid early ailments while holding the shield. Interesting. This would be really good, but at this, we're adding too many points, I think. This would be if I could also remove this, I guess. This is ignoring gem sockets because this is supposed to be a very low budget version, so we aren't getting too many gems. The gems we have, this one is going to go for this is gonna go for something. I think what is it gonna go for? Unending hunger, that's the one. And then this one is gonna go for, I don't know that I have a second unique jewel that I absolutely must have, but unending hunger can be here, it can be here. And I just have one free socket. Unending hunger can cost a lot of money early or not, so that's why I don't have it here, just in case it's more expensive. But if I plan to post this POB, then I probably want to have unending hunger. All right, let's I guess remove all the items here and replace them. None. These two I can probably leave. Okay. So for a cheap shield, we go for ES. And then we go for Fossilized Spirit Shield, which gives us minion damage. We ideally just want to get +1 all minion gems on it. And if we can get minion damage, beautiful. And it doesn't have to be high minion damage, just like something like this. Mid-roll is fine. On low budgets, we're gonna do this. Then for helmets, we're gonna go for hybrids. So armor ES. So we're not gonna have too much armor or ES. This is simply because we want, actually it's not as big of a deal for other pieces. So maybe starting out, we actually do want just pure armor pieces for like helmets and other places that I can afford to just go pure armor. You can get plus to minion, +1, +2. We go +1 early on and just get life. I would like to scale the armor a bit more, but like that's also fine. For the body armor, it has to be ES armor. Otherwise, I'm sorry, you're not getting your links. You're just not. You want life to this as much as you can. But they've not updated the roll ranges, huh? Okay. But they would have by now. If this is a start, I might want to actually craft it, to be honest. Because I don't think they said anything about physical damage reduction. So it's just 3%. Never mind. Something like this. And then for boots, you just want armor. You can just take armor boots. This is assuming, of course, you're using the jeweler trick to get your 4 links, which by the time you have a 6th link, you might be able to afford to do. Move speed is king. You want move speed and you want life. Anything else is secondary. So with this, yeah. I don't know that this has the new values for the item pieces. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Either way, this gives us 80 ores by just speccing it this way. So let's oh jeez. Oh. So now let's go into the mid budgets. These tattoos are max ES. The mid budget has CI already. This might even be more important this league because of Is there a point in having Cloak of Flame, knowing I can't get to 100% chance to convert? Like if I look in the calculation, physical damage, I'm using Taste of It and Cloak of Flame and that one. So I'm going to lose the 24% I have other than Cloak of Flame, which means I'll only have Cloak of Flame. Which means I have to deal with 60% phase damage. And I also lose 1% ores. I can't use that 1% ores with Wraith Lord though, so... Okay, fair. Pure ES it is. So ES here, ES here. That means I should probably just aim for an ES base rather than this, but then I'd have no conversion if I don't go for a Cloak of Flame. If I have absolutely no conversion whatsoever, convert. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe I should take advantage of this. Instead of going those pure armor pieces and getting like a lot of armor, I could go armor ES and then just get 100% increased armor from the body armor with that node. And I can do the same thing here, even going CI. I think I can afford to go. Oh wait, I can't put armor here. So it's a bust once I have Rate Lord. This is a bust because equipped helmet will not have armor. So I can't use this in the Rate Lord setup. I feel like I remember seeing something about light radius. Let me see. Where I don't actually need that points. Oh well, let me go chaos inoculation. Light radius. Maximum radius you can see at in low light level. Your light radius further reduced by your current percentage of max life. So I don't need light radius so long as I don't go low life. Yeah, I think that was it. So like I get to save that point. I don't know if I can get these 3 auras here. Where did my res go? Let me see. Don't save. I already saved. Yeah. I'm capped on res with the current nodes. I was getting way more early res. 12, 6, 6. So that's 18. Actually, 6, 6 is 12. So that's 24. But the moment it is in 3.25, I'm getting 5, 3. So that's 8. And this doesn't give early res again. So I just lost 24 minus 8 pretty much, which is like 16 early res. which means I have to make up for it somehow. I could in theory save a point here too. You know what I could do? This avatar of fire thingy will probably be more expensive. Impossible escape will be more expensive than imbalanced guard this league, because if you take it, then from wherever you are on the tree, you can just pick 1, 2, 3, 4. You can spend 4 points and get +3 auras versus. I guess this is probably going to still be more expensive because this is still +3 auras, or early res. I should be more specific, for 2 points versus 4 points. So this should be cheaper, not more expensive than imbalanced guard, but it should be an alternative. Should be an alternative nevertheless. How do I fix my early res? I can fix it on gear. My sock boots don't have movement speed. Why? That kind of makes no sense. I mean, this is not going to be a veiled orb type of craft, so I must have it must have been an oversight or something. So in the new season, my ES should be higher with this kind of setup. So just this area with this passive gives you 50% damage reduction from crits. That is not bad. And then if you don't go early res here, you can easily go reduce damage from crits from armor mastery, but because I'm not scaling armor too well, that's kind of pointless. 34k armor. Have all these base types been up? Like, where am I getting all that armor from? And I'm using basalt and I'm using granite. 21k without? From where? Determination. This is old determination. And of course we turn this off because that's not necessary. You know what? I think I'm gonna wait a bit closer till when launch comes to actually plan out in depth all of these things because POB hasn't finished updating. This is so good. That button is so good. POB hasn't finished updating, and I don't want to get false information on said builds or have an expectation for, oh, this, when that is just not the case. Like there, for example, determination, like I'm wondering where my armor is coming from. It's still coming from determination, because if I turn this shit off, 7k, and then I turn these two off, I don't have ammo. 2k, where the fuck is this 2k even coming from? I don't have a single piece of armor, I don't think, anywhere. So where? Probably the tree. Probably the tree here. But these are percents, so I have to be getting flat from somewhere. I just don't know where. But it doesn't matter. Must be getting flat armor from somewhere. Let me look at my armor. Can I see just how much? Okay, wait, it should be here. It should be here where I can see it's armor. Global base. Molten shell determination, granite. So it's molten shell that's carrying my armor to where I have 2k. I have to assume this is the case. It's giving me some flat, and and the percent I have on the tree is kind of scaling that. That's my assumption. Determination is also going to give me half this amount of flat armor, so. Anyways, we're gonna just, like I said, pause here and figure out the rest later. We're gonna figure out the rest of the plans later. I just need to wonder now if I want to keep streaming or if I wanna take a break here. What do I want to do is the question. What do I want to do? I don't mind switching to like torchlights or something else. I don't think I mind. Is there any other build I wanted to just look at potentially? Seeing as I can't touch items, I can still touch the tree. I can still plan around the tree. I don't think there is. Maybe my strength stacker, but I don't even know if the Spectre is coming back or not, so that would be pointless. That would be very pointless. Necrotic bones is an option. Necrotic bones are definitely an option. What do I want to do with necrotic bones? Let's look at necrotic bones and maybe that would tell me what the fuck is this? Fire copy. Oh, this was for my I think fire specters or something. I think I could be wrong when I was messing around with these fire specters. Higher budget bones. No more endurance charges for you. Reset all tattoos. Again, we lose a shit ton of res because why not? Maybe the reason we lost all this res is to make Alira more enticing. But other than removal of war cries, enduring call to arms, yada yada, this should be fine. Not much else should have changed in theory. Am I block capped? Oh yeah, I was using Nightmare, wasn't I? Passes granting lightning res or all res. Only thing that can give lightning res is a blue socket like this, or blue. Is there a better place it would fit? It could fit like here, but this is the only spots on any Hongan can fit. What up, Arman? How you doing? I just finished tweaking my league starts, at least build path. That is this one. I messed around with the low budget to make sure everything was okay. I think early game the play is to go for a bunch of armor ES pieces, and that way you're able to get 80 max early res. Yeah, and this is the low budget, because so long as everything here has armor ES, like armor ES, not even armor ES, so long as everything has armor. So it has armor in some way, shape, or form. Armor ES, armor ES, armor. You're able to go this node that gives you +1 max early res if everything has armor. You get this one which gives +1 max early res, and then you have these +2 max early res, +1 cold, +1 lightning, +1 fire. So yeah, 80% max early res. I feel like this is probably going to become a norm to a degree. How's the DPS? I don't know yet, because to my knowledge the Spectres are not here. Let me see. Wretch defilers, let me just be sure. Yeah, they're not on POB, so can't really simulate them. They have no... Oh look, Sanguine Mansa is here. They have no like equal, because if you look at Revenants are like the closest thing, but they are nowhere near like the same in the way of DPS. Because like look, POEDB, Stygian, Revenants. What am I doing? POEDB. Wretch defilers. Are the new Spectres easy to get in campaign? Oh, you don't get them in campaign, you get them in maps, but you can get them the moment you have about 22-ish Atlas points. That is the soonest you can get them, once you have 22 Atlas points. So you should still be in white to yellow maps when you get them. Before I get them, I plan to go slave drivers. from Act 5. 78. Stygian Spire. I said Stygian Revenants. Good. So these fires 9 projectiles in the spire, fires 3 projectiles. Each of these projectiles can hit the same target, by the way. Fires 3 projectiles, deals 1,500 to 3,000 damage, deals 1,800 to 4,000 lightning damage. So like it's not even close. It's not even remotely close how much DPS they be doing. And if I add them, this one's DPS would probably be suckish. Because they just weren't a thing, right? Yep. I don't know if POB properly calculates the Stygian Revenant's damage, but there's basically no way to simulate their damage. So I just have to play it. Last time I remember they got nerfed hard and they die a lot. Yes, they do, but I plan to. So this is my current plan. I plan to just spec a lot into. I plan to spec a lot into minion life. So this is around when I would probably be using them. And by this point, I have this. I actually want to have these too. So I'd probably take a point away from somewhere. So yeah, I plan on having life from here. I know that my next points here give me even more life and regen life from here. So I plan on just making them as tanky as I can. And I understand the fact that they will die here and there, but they shouldn't get wiped out in theory once I start using them. I also do not plan on using minion damage for them, because minion damage actually is Act 5 plus. Because minion damage will reduce their maximum life. So I also don't plan on using minion damage, and I'll just go control, destruction, lightning pen, or and then spell echo. This is the minions that league started last league starts or last league. What's the name of this league? Graveyard, Necropolis. This is what I really started, Necropolis, and it turned out really good. Only difference is I didn't switch to. We're still discovering minions. So I switched to. I discovered them day 2, so I switched to them later than I, in theory, should have had or could have done. If that makes sense. But yeah, once you're like 20 something points into the Atlas, you just need to, like, literally all you're doing is you're beelining through Kyrak to get to this area that gives you 20 extra passive points. We don't know if you can still take specters from global chats because of the new change that is the spectral corpses. What I mean is, there are 2 interpretations to that line in the patch notes, and either one could be true. So the first interpretation, and which is what I understand from it, is that they now have a flat 15%, like Desecrate has a flat 15% chance to pull a copy of your Spectre, like a Spectre that you currently have, into the to desecrate that. But previously it had that 15% chance, and as well as he added it to the variety of corpses that could be pulled from for the desecrate. So it's one of two things. A, you can only desecrate corpses or specters you currently have risen, or two, you can only desecrate or two, it's the same way as before, but you have a 15% chance of getting your specter, and that's it. So you either way you can get your specter. Either way, you should be able to get specters from global chat from anyone who has Wretch Defilers. And not only that, it might be a situation where the person would have to desecrate for you so you can get it. We'll have to see how it actually ends up being, but in any case, you should still be able to share specters in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, if this I'm planning to not even need to, so people can ask me for specters, because I plan to play Wretch Defilers, right? But yeah, once you have 23 points, you get extra 20 points, and then you spec into invasive adversaries. And once you have this spec into, which just takes 5 points. Once you have this spec into, you enter a map, you spam desecrates for like 30 seconds and see if it's in that desecrate pool. If it's not, you complete the map, you go to the next map, and you do the same thing. And eventually, even if they are not going to be in that map, you will find them in the desecrate. At least this is how it used to be. If they change that, if it works differently now, which I don't think it will, there's no change in the patches that would make me believe that it's any different, then that's all you have to do. You just spam it at the start of the map and hope you see the Wretch Defiler. And if you don't, it shouldn't take you too many maps. Like, I think you should see most T17 corpses within like 5 maps, 10 maps maybe. At least that has been my experience so far. You could get unlucky, but this is my expectation. This is what I plan to do. And then from League starts, I don't think I'm gonna League start Betrayal, because Betrayal, I really like Betrayal for the early crafts, early, unveils and whatnot. Maybe I still do some Betrayal specking. Like, for example, if I just go this 40% and I don't touch Betrayal, that works for me. Like, it genuinely works. But my main farming strategy early is going to be expeditions. It's gonna be expeditions, and the reason is very simple. Last league, expedition saved me when it came to like just straight up getting more money. Did I practice this yesterday or not yet? You mean league starting with Wretch Defilers? I haven't practiced it recently. I could, but I also have league started this already. Well, aside getting the specters, like I said, I started with slave drivers last league. Do I even care for this one? Yeah, I actually do. Early game, this node is really good. But I don't think it's a rush node. I think it's just a good node to have. This is probably where I want to rush. This doesn't give us chance. We just get 16% from this wheel? Really? Early on, I really like going for map sustain. That's why I'm hesitant to just spec into this, because like this is where map sustain is, this bottom area. This gives me a 40% chance. 12, 24, 44. It gives a 44% chance of running into expedition. Wait, 12, 24, 32. Yeah, 32. And then 52. So we have a 52% chance of running to expedition with just this area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to path this way. Or better still, I'm going to path this way. Nico is just free. Did they nerf packed with energy, or has it always lasted for a short amount of time? I'm gonna have to see. You're still unsure what to start? Okay, I'll ask you a question then. What archetype do you think you will enjoy the most? League starting in a city builder environment. Do you want to use minions? Do you want to use you want to go a bow build? Do you want to go a melee build? Or do you want to use like spells, totems? What do you think? What calls to you the most right now if you think about playing PoE? Is it a case of you don't know what to start, or everything just seems fun? They nerfed packed with energy. They fucking nerfed it. Cause like, look, this is you gain this for each one you have found. You gain this for each one you have found. You gain this for each one you have found. The current version is when you interact with this or this, gain sulfite intoxication for each vein or chest found. And then sulfite intoxication gives you the same buffs, but for 60 seconds. Now, I mean, it's a long time, and still, I mean, I think I'm still gonna use it. But like, it sounds like it's stacking now, and you lose stacks for it. Either way, I'll still go for it, but like, they changed this. I just had to be sure they changed it because I knew there wasn't a duration before. I was spoiled by MF for too long. You're one of the people who got hit hard by the MF changes, eh? My condolences. You know, it's always hard losing an I won't say an archetype because that's not an archetype, but a playstyle. That's probably what I should say. If you've gone MF for so long, that means you've been going mostly bull builds, correct? If you've been going mostly bull builds, then you could go for a melee build or for a minion build. It sounds like you haven't done minions in a minute, so minions are not a bad idea. It can be annoying, and I have no idea how juiced the enemy monsters are gonna be, because remember how Crucible was week 1. Those fuckers were like terrible for minions. And if you had permanent minions, I mean, I wasn't going permanent minions at the time, I don't believe so. So it didn't hit me as hard as it could have if I was going permanent minions and then I juiced it and then they died, and it's like, oh god, why are these mobs so fucking annoying, you know? So that's something to keep in mind. We don't know how juiced those mobs are going to be. I think they should be manageable. And I think Wretch Defilers are tanky enough to deal with a lot of the bullshit we have ahead of us. I get PTSD from minion builds when I remember how many AGs died for me. The thing is, in the current state of PoE, you actually can make AGs that just don't die unless like certain events happen. Like for example, most AGs I have, like I don't remember the last time I had an AG die on me that wasn't my fault, in the sense that if I pull up my YouTube, I pull up my channel. This is it. This was the last time I had an AG die. Where is it? You. It's around here. I was talking about the AG and why my AG died, and I showed, yeah, it's here. So the reason this AG died, I'm gonna show you the clip, and I'll explain why afterwards. Look at my AG. Boop. Now the reason is you see this red circle here. That shows that mob is an executioner. Now, the reason this is bad is executioner makes it so players cannot regen past 50% health. And for some goddamn reason, it applies to AG. Now, apparently this was an issue in Calandra League, but then they addressed it. They fixed it. AG was no longer hit by this. But then somehow when they reintroduced those affixes, it got overwritten. You know, it no longer applied. So basically what happens here is the AG met the mob, couldn't regen. This is a Guardian's Blessing AG, so he's constantly taking degen damage from his Guardian's Blessing, so I can get an aura. And essences tend to have executioner mobs. Now, this is not a death sentence for AGs by any means, even in today's game state, because even at 50% health, typically you just hope they don't get one shot. Because I build, like for example, I like having AGs that have a ton of regen. They have a lot of recovery. That way, so long as you're not one shot, you're chilling. But the reason this was so bad is this build is a popcorn build. It uses minion instability. So the moment that AG went to 50%, yeah, look at prevents recovery above 50%. The moment the AG got to 50% health, pop, because of minion instability. So like this was my fault completely. But other than situations like these, with the way I set up my AG, I don't lose AGs. It did. Because I was stacking minion health, so like I feel like the moment it died was when this thing when the essence died. Like look. So it did a lot of damage. It's just I don't want it to do that damage. I want it to be alive. But yeah, with like my AG setups, let me find the build where I'm using this setup. None of my, it'll probably be back in 3.23 when I did strength stacking zombies. I believe my AG here would be using oh, this one isn't what I'm looking for. Never mind. This one doesn't have the recovery I'm looking for. I'm thinking Code Convert Hydra should have an AG. Yeah, this is the one. This one has an AG that I'm talking about. So like this AG, right? You can see how it has a recovery of about it has a base life of 40k. I'm not scaling its life too much, but it has a recovery of 10k, which is 25% of its maximum life, just based off of, and this is based off of 3.25, right? It has this amount of recovery. Now if I were to update this 3 to if I was to update this tree to 3.24 or 3.25, you gain so much ES from your. We're going to do that. Let's just do it. We gain so much ES from bone barrier that the recovery just shoots up. So like right now, we're in a much better spot for recovery. So like right now, he's gaining 26,000 health per second. Every second, 26,000 health. So long as it doesn't one-shot him, he lives. And I think this was a build where I was strength stacking. So I wasn't even scaling minion defenses that much, and he still has 40k health. Let me see, what was my AG setup like? I had this to reduce like the physical dots he was taking, so he takes just straight up less physical damage. He has this for life regen, and then he has this for extra curse and just some extra armor. And then of course I have determination and yada yada. I remember Kingmaker and Stitch Demon and 10% ES on body. That was the way back in the days. I have never used Stitch Demon and a red chest piece. I always use Doppelganger or what's the name of that shit? Or Grotko's Pelt. I prefer Doppelganger personally because when he gets hit, he regens 10% of his life over 1 second. But when he is not, like at all other points, even when he is hit, keep in mind, he just has 40% less physical and chaos damage taken. So that solves a shit ton of physical damage. Like he's not nearly as armor dependent as with Grotko's Pelt that has the 10% regen, but he doesn't have the physical damage reduction. Plus, Guardian's Blessing also does physical damage. So flat PDR like from Doppelganger is huge for reducing the degen from this. And this was a very link specific, like link intensive build. In most builds, I would still go minion life on the AG setup. So that's why I had 40k health, because I didn't go minion life. The moment I slap on minion life now, my guy has 57k health and is recovering 52k health. Then once you remove, I think the degen, once you remove the degen from Guardian's Blessing, he is recovering 45k health every second. 45k. This fucker isn't dying unless he hits a hit that's more than 57k or 58k, and he's not gonna find a hit that big unless you're uber bossing or something, or there's like insane pen somewhere, because he's res capped and he has 83% max res. In some setups, in most of my setups actually, this is what I do. In most setups, I don't know where I'd find one, but in most setups, what I would do is I would have a ring, a hungry loop. This is one of those setups. I would have a hungry loop, and in that well, it's not, I use this for mobility. But in the hungry loop, I'd have a 5-link AG, pretty much. And in that AG, what I would do is I would put Elemental Army, which would take his max res up from 83 to, I think it was 85, because it has 0% res, just 85. It'll take its max res to 85. I would have minion life to give him 50% more life. I would have potentially Feeding Frenzy, depending if I have Feeding Frenzy elsewhere or not. Most of the time I would put Feeding Frenzy there. And then for the last link, I could put Meat Shield. I could go for Meat Shield is more defensive. I could go for increased AoE, and if you see me do increased AoE, just know I'm going to explode, because I like explode. For explode I would go Legacy of Fury, I believe, for the boots, and for the weapon I would go a one-handed weapon. with Legacy of Fury. I'd go a one-handed weapon with Legacy of Fury, and then on the shield, I would go for a replica. I'd go for a replica Victorious Charity. So, and then I'd give him a Grave Bind. This way, he explodes and he hits a lot. So once we're mapping, we're getting a ton of endurance charges. This was something I really started to do in 3.23. So then you'd have endurance charges on him and on yourself. And now endurance charges are so big, it's even going to be nicer to have that set up. That said, I will probably play an AG build at some point. Not AG build, but a build that uses AG. A non-Rate Lord build. Because the Rate Lord, you can't use it, sadly. I wish you could, but you can't. But yeah, I don't think you need to worry too much about, you know, AG dying. If you're scared of him dying, if you're scared of him dying, what I would do is I would make sure, obviously, you get the leech node so you can get max life as ES. I would get, if you're really scared of him dying, you can also still go Grave Intentions for even more ES to convert to regen. But I would really mostly just go like Sacrifice, Righteous Army, things that give him like increased health on the tree, and then just give him minion life. If you're really scared, give him Meat Shield, and you should be fine. Your AG wouldn't die in most cases. Only thing that kills it then is like an insane Detonate Dead, but with the way Detonate Dead is now telegraphed and the time it would take, you should be able to reposition him before something like that pops and kills him. Or save a Detonate Dead, I don't know that there's much else that can kill or one-shot the AG, because it has to be a literal one-shot, otherwise his health is going back to full instantly, you know. But yeah, back to the question at hand, what you feel like playing. So if that is your biggest worry about AG dying, that's really not something to sweat. Now granted, Grotko's mascot, the stage demon, is expensive. So, and by expensive I mean like it's typically like at least a divine, 2 divines. Early on it could be more, so keep that in mind. You might not want to use an AG before you can afford it, or you might want to and just use a cheaper setup. Well, with a cheaper setup, he's more likely to die. And if you're going for a cheaper setup, I would honestly go Meat Shield and Minion Life just to make sure he doesn't die until you then get the necessary items to keep him alive, and then you can remove Meat Shield so he can actually try to be somewhat aggressive. That is the route I would go anyways. Now, if you don't want to go minions, and because you don't want to bother with what content does your build excels at, and what content is like hell no. For Wretch Defiler, its wave clear is its biggest strength, so it's not a hell no, but I wouldn't do Uber bosses, because I don't think it has Uber boss DPS until like you go into the very, very high budget. So like Uber bosses would be a no. Regular bosses are fine. Anywhere that just has a shit ton of things constantly hitting your minions and there's nothing you can do, but it's unnecessary damage, could be a problem. Like if you remember back in the day of Tota, Tota mobs could do stupid amount of damage to minions once you scaled up your rank. So that would be no, because they will die. Now granted, you don't need them, but like they will die. Blight Simulacrum, they should be fine in Blights. They can't. High budget should be able to like not AFK Blight, but they should be able to pump good damage to kill Blights. Simulacrum, I haven't tested it to see how high I can get in Simulacrum. With the recent reduction in phase conversion, I don't know. its crit reduction is much higher though. Like it should be much easier to crit reduction cap. So defensively, I think it should hold up. And I don't know that Sim will kill Wretch Defilers. I think Wretch Defilers are tanky enough to where they would actually do a good job in Simulacrum. I don't know that it's wave 30 either, but like I said, I haven't tested it, so I do not know. But Blight is fine. Abyss is fine. What other content? Harvest is fine. Delirium is fine. It gets very annoying once you really start stacking those, you know, damage reductions and whatnot. It gets very annoying, but I think that's the same for most builds. But, it doesn't use an AG on the high budget because it uses a Wraith Lord, so you have that going for you. But if they made the changes I think they did to Desecrate, then resummoning them if you were to wipe is a problem. However, they shouldn't be wiping because they are very tanky. They are very tanky. So if you hit content that is wiping them, that means there's something wrong. There is something very wrong, because I don't remember the last time I lost a Wretch Defiler. Back when I was mixing in Spectral Leader with Wretch Defiler, yes, I do remember times where that Spectral Leader would die and not the Wretch Defiler, because Spectral Leader is squishy. Necrotic Bones, I remember dying because they are on the squishier side also. Caldera Ravagers, I don't think I remember them ever dying, but they are very tanky, but they were just they had fuck all DPS, so meh. But yeah, content wise, I think it's a good all-rounder. I can't think of a specific content where it's like just fuck no. Wait, the diciest I will say is something like Harbingers, very juiced Harbingers, where you have that Harbinger that throws what's the name, Orb of Lightning or whatever it's called, but it has extra projectiles, where like it's chaining between all of them and just shooting balls of lightning. I don't know the name of, obviously, that Harbinger, but that one in particular can be a pain for a lot of minion builds. Because I remember even back in my strength stacking affliction build, that one would wipe my zombies and it always pissed me off. For that one, you need block, and I don't scale minion block with this one. That's the biggest counter. Ironically, I think my Necrotic Bones build actually can do that one because they are so squishy that I actually almost capped them on block and they recover 2% of life on block. But in other content that Wretch Defilers don't sweat in, Necrotic Bones would die in. So, you know, this doesn't help them against dots, for example, but that's Necrotic Bones. So yeah, if you're looking for an all-rounder, Wretch Defilers are pretty decent. I know Ghazi builds them in the high budgets. He goes for a 7-ish link wand and tries to scale crits. I don't think it's worth doing that. And the reason I don't think it's worth doing that is the investment it takes to scale crits on them, because they have a 0% base crit chance. So the investment it takes to scale crit on them, you know, give them the actual base and try to scale that, I don't think it's worth it. I think you're better off just scaling damage. All the points you'd have put into crits, just put it into like a Timeless Jewel with Slum Lords or something. You're probably better off doing that. Like the way I do my high end, I go CI, which makes it very, very tanky, which I love the high end version of this build, by the way. I go CI and I just scale the damage even more. I know. I remember this. I remember using a Spectre last league that was also very nice. I forget the name. How can I forget the name? It was a Spectre that almost always applied a 50% shock that would last for like 4 seconds. Actually, no, the shock would last for 8 seconds rather. While this skill had a 10-second cooldown or something like that. It was stupid. The only problem with that Spectre is that, like I said, that ability has a 10-second-ish cooldown. It's very long cooldown. And there's really nothing you can do about that. It just has a long cooldown. And its basic attacks would do way less damage than the Wretch Defilers. And I think it was also squishier. And I did the thing where I added 1 to my Wraith Lord setup, so I would have 8 Wretch Defilers, and one of them, it's this Storm. I feel like I have the name Stormcaller in my head, but I don't think it's Stormcaller. Stormcaller? Question mark? I don't think it is. Storm. The easy way to do this is find T17 mobs, so Ziggurats. Necrotic Bones. I think people had hope in Grand Necromancer that just didn't pan out, because I think he was supposed to be able to curse or apply offerings. He was supposed to cast offering, but the problem is he cast the offering, so it's on him, so it's his minions that benefit from that, not you or your minions. So I think that was the problem with that Wretch Defiler, which is good. You were a letdown, Flame Creator. You were actually a letdown. It's not you. It's not Chaos Caller. It's not Demon of the Damned, of the Drowned rather. This is a very cool looking Spectre, but it does too much. It does way too much. I feel like I passed it because I don't know why these are yellow and the other ones were colored differently. Spectral Leader. Okay, it could still be here. Refinery. No, it's none of these. This name sounds familiar, but I know it's not that. It might have been a total mob, now that I think about it. It might have been. PoE, Storm, Conduits. I had Storm Conduit in my head too, but like I was like, it can't be Storm Conduits. But yeah, Storm Conduits. They had basically a Kamehameha missile that was on a 10-second cooldown. Like charge, boom. That hits even on like bosses would apply like a 50% shock. Did he just check a body that was dead? Like look at them, they all have 50% shock. He's probably using his A key, but it has a long ass cooldown. That was the problem with this Spectre. Their base damage just was suckish compared to like compared to, let's say, Wretch Defiler. So base damage wise, like for 10 seconds, they're basically doing I won't say negative damage, but not nearly as much damage. But once the ability comes off, it's like it's huge because that ability has increased shock effects and it has increased shock duration. So it actually lasts a very long time. It actually lasts like I said, it lasts like 8 seconds and the ability is like on a 10-second cooldown. So it will last a long ass time. Then what else? The other problem with this is if that was all, it could still be doable. But another big problem with this is I don't think it's spell echoable. It might be actually, I don't remember. But another problem with this is when it casts it, it's not like it's actively targeting and moving with the enemy. So what could happen is you convocate or they disappear, or they get pulled by range when they're about to cast it, and suddenly they're still going to cast in the exact same direction they chose to cast it in when they started channeling. So it's like it's still going in that direction and it could hit nobody. Or the thing could move once it starts charging and before it lands to where it just straight up misses. An example of this is the Act 4 boss. The Act 4 boss, it's not Maligaro. What's his name? You know the guy in the blood area. Like, he moves around a lot. So like bosses like that, where it's natural enemy, where it's like if it does it and it doesn't land, you're gonna get 20 seconds of no DPS from it. Pretty much is kind of the way it was. But yeah, that's a mob I'm going to miss. That's definitely a Spectre I'm gonna miss. Simply because it's actually opened up a way to support like Wraith Lord builds with like 50% shock, because 50% shock is insane. You're literally increasing the amount of damage you're taking by 50% if there's no other sources of damage taken. So like that's wild. But yeah, there are also other issues with it. I still haven't figured out what I want to do early game. I typically go for like I try to maximize my chance for connected to drop a map. So like this is typically like something I would do for my first 3, just to make sure that and of course these 3, just to make sure I'm always getting maps. And then from this point on, like once I think I have enough, I can then try to spec more into expedition. Do we have chance here? Yeah, this is probably the next way to do it. And then eventually I want to go down here and get Tuyen, Danik. Leave Gwenin and Rog alone. Though early league, there's the same Rog is Pog for a reason. And I did learn how to do some Rog crafting last league. I'm by no means an expert, but I think I understand the basics of Rog crafting. And I think I can use it to make some money this league. So I'm probably going to be experimenting with something like this. Just so I see some more Rog than Gwenin. I just want to see Gwenin. I feel like once I see Gwenin, it's just a waste. Like, genuinely just a waste. Only reason I would do Gwenin is just so I can convert her currency at 2 yen, or Danik rather. Basically. But yeah, this is probably the tree I'm gonna be running on league starts. Am I 50% yet? No. Okay, so we do this then. So the order is you beeline it for here. Get this so you can pick up your Spectres. Once you get your Spectres, you can honestly just remove these points and spend them elsewhere. So keep that in mind. But you want these nodes to get your Spectres, or you just want to ask on 6666, because that's typically where I would be, for example, on many other summoner players, so you can get Spectres from there if you're starting it. By the way, what else is on your list? What builds are there? And of course, this one. Something like this. And once you get to a high enough level to where you think you can start juicing your map as a base, you can afford to, you just take off these points and remove 20 points from your thing. But I would just go second tree. Warden Lightning Strike. I know Arcane was working on a Lightning Strike build, but I think he gave up on it because of, according to him, I think he said bark skin or something. Do you have anybody's POB you're following, or are you making it yourself? And then from here, I think I just go full betrayal. Yeah, I think that. Yo, lightning coil is gonna be fucking expensive next league. I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're actually prepared. No, it's fine. I don't expect any builds to be finalized here, because even I don't think POB has updated the base numbers on like the different bases to reflect the increased values. And the same way they haven't changed the tiers for like maximum life rolls to reflect the new value. So you can't really make a very accurate build now with what we currently have. Pretty much. But this is how he starts. This node is so strong. Like, this node is so fucking strong. I remember how surprised I was by how strong it is. Pop gun tree. So this is the end game with 31 mil DPS. So not bad. Very not bad. Why Nightblade? What does Nightblade do? Is this new? Increase crits. Supported skills grant elusive on crits. Oh. 1% to crit strike chance while elusive. Effect of elusive from supported skills. They grant crit multi. Damn. That's a big chunk of crit multi. God damn. Imagine if this could support minions. I know it can't, it's right there. But like, imagine. That's nuts. I see why. And you still gain some crit chance. You gain base crits and increased crits. And then you gain a shit ton of crit multi. I feel like this is more crit multi. I feel like this is more crit multi than what's it called? Than crit damage gem. Okay, slightly less. This is 148. This is 138. Big difference. For all the things you get, that's the only negative. I mean, of course, there's the fact that I can use the claws or daggers, but like, god damn. Nah, this is wild. When did this gem become a thing? Because I feel like I haven't seen it before these POBs. Is it new? I guess it's not. POE Wiki Nightblade. I'm just not in the dagger or spear scene. Or claw rather. I just don't play it. Yeah, it's had this since here. I guess I just didn't know it existed. It got a huge buff in 3.15. I guess all dagger builds probably, dagger slash claw builds probably want to use it so long as it's not a dot build. He goes grace, haste, and flesh and stone. Interesting. So he wants to take less damage from enemies closer to him. Oh, he's remaking the POB. Okay. Whirling blades, cast on crits. Hydrosphere. Has he mentioned what he plans to do for the phase conversion? Because like lightning coil is like the only way you would get phase conversion. So this is going to be fucking expensive next league. Like lightning coil is going to be stupidly expensive. Like disgustingly so. Heck, I might even end up farming the map that has lightning coil diff card. No idea. Okay. It's like armor physical damage is gonna be a problem. It's gonna be like the biggest. Range builds will have the, I guess, toughest time trying to figure physical damage reduction now. That would be this problem to solve. They still have access to spell suppress, but like easy spell suppress, but like you still need, you're gonna have to find a way to deal with fizz. Yeah, that's a lot of EHP. Is this? Oh, he didn't. I mean, these notes probably don't work, but he hasn't chosen Warden. It doesn't look like. Surprised he hasn't picked the nodes. These nodes here. The EHP is quite nutty. Where is he getting the EHP from? I am curious about that. Like his phase max it is very high. He's not using a, from what I can see, he's not using Taste of Hate. He doesn't have much armor either. He has 50% conversion, so like he only has to do 50% phase damage. Oh, he's going fortification. So he's going fortification, which means he needs to be melee hitting, which is lightning strike, which means he's getting 20% PDR from fortify. Or 20% damage, less damage taken, obviously, but he's taking less damage, right? And then what else? What else does he have? Because I mean, those two are big, but he still has a good chunk of physical damage that can potentially still make his day rough. So this with his plus 10 maximum fortify means that he can get to what, 30 45, not 20? I believe so. So if I go 20, his EHP went down. Yeah, he goes, it's because it's 30. His max EHP, his max force is 30, so that's big. See why I'm puzzled? Minion is cool and all, but compared to the melee monstrous build, it goes from A+ to C-. I don't disagree, especially with the buffs. Does POB have the new gems? Like this lightning strike, does it have the new attack damage? 200%, 163, no it doesn't. So it's actually more DPS than this is even showing if everything else is accurate, which everything else is not, but I mean, that's a worry for later. Melee should easily be more efficient for your money, I think. Q is kind of a big risk. If you're late a bit, you're screwed. For League Star, yes. Yes, it is. But I mean, the quicker you can finish the campaign, the more likely you are to, you know, make money, and things move very quick. So I agree. But it's also not a if you end up, let's say, an hour late, you can't do anything. You're still better off than the people who arrive an hour later than that too. And it keeps going on and on and on. But anyways, I think Melee should easily have better, like more efficient money, especially early on. Like Spectres are not what you go for when you're trying to maximize every divine you spend. Early on you scale them pretty well, but in the mid to late game, it becomes very expensive to really push their damage. Now, granted, they can get like really high damage. They can get like really high damage with like high investments, but there is like an awkward point in like the high budgets where spending more, it will take you a lot of currency to get more power out of it. And I think Melee gets to that point easier and will still have upgrades. Or maybe, I don't know about will still have upgrades. I don't have enough information about Melee to say that. But I think Melee should be able to get there easier. But one thing to also note is Melee is going to be meta. So it's going to be more expensive to get the things that would be required to make Melee function. Oh, he's going Dark Marionettes. I'm assuming this is for Guardian's Blessing. Yeah. Yeah, Guardian's Blessing. This is like a cheat code. All you have to do is make sure they are staggered, and they should be, and what's it called? If they are staggered, I think your Guardian's Blessing is up permanently. One question I would have about Dark Marionettes and staggering them is when you freshly log into the game, they should be full health, I think. So at that point, they aren't staggered. How would you then stagger them? My assumption on how you would stagger them in that situation is you would unequip the gem so they all fall to the floor, and then you would raise them one after the other. Like you raise one and you wait, then you raise the next one, and then you raise the next one. And that is how I would think they can be staggered. But I don't know how accurate this is, or if you even need to, or if they just always retain the last health they had, or even how likely it is. Because I know with Dark Marionettes, I think I've heard like if you leave the map at an awkward time or at certain times, it's possible that one of your marionettes doesn't respawn. So you never know. You really never know. I never played with them during Affliction. Here's one problem I see from going Dark Marionettes. one problem I already see is if you're doing juiced content, it is entirely possible that they will all die at the same time, because when they spawn, like, you know, they're staggered, right? You want them to die in order or whatever. You're not scaling their defenses, so enemies that are trying to kill you would hit them and blow them up. And because they've been blown up, if it's like one big AoE or something that killed them, they might not be staggered enough to where your Guardian's Blessing stays up. But that being said, it is anger you're supporting with it, so it's like it's not the end of the world if this falls. It's just less damage, but you still want the damage, which is why you're doing this whole shenanigan to begin with. So that might be the most awkward part about the most awkward feeling part about this build that I'm seeing right now. I think Whirling Blades also just helps stack Fortify, right? Or what else is it supposed to do? Create a sphere of water or move an existing sphere and reset its duration. Applies a drenched debuff on a short duration to enemies in its area or those it moves through. You can hit the sphere with other skills to inflict cold and lightning ailments other than chill. The sphere pulses when created at regular intervals while if afflicted by an ailment, and after moving, damaging or drenched enemies in a large area. So this tech is here to help you with maintaining the ailment thing, the stacking, shock, and the ignite, I guess. My assumption is he's not gonna go out of summer because ignites, well, he might want Scorch, to be honest, so maybe he does, but I think he would want to ignite, not Scorch, or both. If he takes this, it'd be hard to ignite, is the only thing. Like, how then do you ignite? But overall, like, this looks pretty chill. I don't know how the playstyle would be, but I'll probably end up peeking at his stream at some point during League Start to see what this plays like. I mean, I have an idea what Lightning Strike does, but let's see. I have an idea what it looks like. I'm looking for gameplay footage. Lol.
Well, here we are back in the hot, muggy streets of New York.
Oh, so it sends out pulses. So it's not necessarily the most melee of skills. It has some range to it, right? Or do you still want to be 100% melee? Like, do you want to be up close and personal, or do you just shoot? You just send it from wherever you are? By these explosions, the explosion MTX looks really good. It's melee, but not melee. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought it. Yeah, I honestly thought it was more melee. This isn't bad. It's a bit spammy, but it's not bad. Is lightning strike as a skill like low base damage but high attack speed, or like is it low damage and high attack speed, or is it as high of damage as most other skills? Or is that just the best way to build it? Because this is using the claw, which means you don't care too much for the innate DPS, and you more want attack speed, because this will give you a lot of attack speed. Yo, but crafting this weapon might be expensive. This weapon might be expensive. Are these T1 mods? I would assume not, or at least sorts. You know, they're T2, T1, T2. All right. So maybe not break the bank, because I'm assuming you probably want to essence craft it. You're probably going for what, cold damage, and hoping to get one of the other damage types. Something like that. You essence craft like cold damage with, I think, hatred, and then you spam it until you get one of the other flats. Or even, I don't think you'd go for both, right? You do that. Prefixes cannot be changed, and then reforge lightning if you didn't fill up your prefixes. And if you did, you try to annul off whatever you did and maybe reforge. That'd be an easy way to do it, or that'd be the cheapest way I can think of to do it. But to get high tier lightning might be dicey. I'm gonna wait more until people test it before deciding. If I'm still in doubt, I'll go early Deadeye, then switch later on to whatever is better. Not a bad idea. tried and true lightning arrow. I honestly think it's not a bad idea if you're confident in your crafting to go for Imperial this. Because like this is an expensive claw to make, obviously. Because how would you get attack speed? How would you go about getting these prefixes? I'm assuming you essence craft the cold damage and something else. Probably shooting for any of them, but a high tier. So high fire, high lightning. If you do, prefixes cannot be changed, reforge whatever, you could get that damage, right? This has attack mod, right? So you cannot roll attack mod. So yeah, you would do that and potentially repeat until you get a high tier lightning. But then you need to worry about your suffixes. So then you lock your prefixes and then you scour, or you lock your prefixes and reforge attack speed. But I feel like using reforge twice is probably not optimal. I think that's not optimal. There's probably a different way that this is crafted. Is there a universe they delve craft this? Delve craft the prefixes, and then for suffixes you just reforge speed for attack speed. I feel like there isn't, because The ones that would give you like more fire, Craft of Exile. The ones that could give you more fire could also give you like no lightning. Let me check to be sure.
Confusion is the movement that is doing my head.
I know there's more elemental, more element, physical, more crits, more defenses, more gem, more code, more attributes, corrupt essence, modifier, physical, mana,
I'm about to lose my
more lightning, more elemental, more fire, but blocks cold. This blocks physical, so this is fine. More lightning, but you can't go scored because it blocks cold. And you can't have more cold, I don't think. So you have to go more elemental, more lightning, and bruh. My mouse is frozen. What is going on? Bruh. I don't know why it would freeze. I guess I'll just plug it in. Okay, plugged in. So more lightning, more elemental. It's kind of just what you have to do if you wanna. I don't think this is what they would do. If we go added, reforged speed is like guaranteed attack speed. Is there nothing else that's speed? Oh shit, it is. Okay. I know for the speed it's reforged speed. That makes sense. I guess maybe what they could do is yes. My guess is it's essences and it's that way. But you would have to reforge twice is the thing, because going for where's essences? If you use hatred, this adds cold damage, right? So this is gone. But then you want at least tier 2 of this or tier 2 of this. So you have a 1 in 42 chance of getting one. I kind of wish you could put open prefix, right? But you have a 1 in 42 chance of it. So you do this 1 in 42 and you pray you have an open prefix. If you have an open prefix, let me see. Let me just try. If you have an open prefix, claw, doesn't matter which, right? Just any. So it would be essence, hatred, and you spam it until you see the thing. Let's say I saw the thing, right? I would then, prefixes cannot be changed. And then I would reforge, where is this? Reforge lightning, because that's what we need. And then we get this, so, you know, unfortunate, we annul, we hit it, stupidly enough. We recraft prefixes cannot be changed, and then we go back to reforge. And we still get... How do we get lightning res? Don't we have lightning res here? We get lightning damage now. We either get lightning res or we get lightning damage, and it seems we're getting lightning. Here we fill up the suffixes, so that's obviously bad. Then you just have to YOLO yeet, you could hit that. But yeah, I think this is actually how you would do it. Until you get, and then if you don't get a decent tier lightning damage or a tier lightning damage you're comfortable with, you have to keep doing it. But if, let's say, you're fine with this, with what you got, then you'd have to just prefixes cannot be changed and speed. That is the way I can think of to do it. Lightning damage is a prefix, yes. Oh, so you might not know. Prefixes cannot be changed. It doesn't stop you from adding to that type of modifier. It just stops you from removing. So prefixes cannot be changed, reforged lightning, while you have an open prefix can put in a lightning damage mod. It's not going to remove any mod that's there, but because there's an open prefix, it can put in a damage mod there. So that's how I would do it, but like that seems expensive to try to get try to get like high tiers of this. But I guess that could also be where why the weapon would be expensive, because you know you got tier 2, tier 1, yada yada with these things. Overall, what is the chance to get this? Restarts, yes. Create item, one-handed weapon, claw. We just pick something that's high level. Yeah. So the method is essences, and we're using hatreds, for example. We can also go any of the other ones, you know. Hatred is cold, but you can go lightning. I don't remember the one that's lightning. Or you can go anger, which is fire. Either or. So let's say light, cold, and you obviously go T1. Now the condition for success is 4. The condition for success is fire damage. Adds fire damage, minimum tier 2. Bruh. Come on. So I have to do this. So I can't do it without my mouse. Or lightning damage 2. And then on success, we continue, which would then be harvest crafting, reforge, yeah, recombinators are back. They said they wouldn't be as strong as they were initially, but they haven't said like what exactly they are changing to make it, you know, more balanced. So we do not know what exactly it is gonna be. This could also be a way to recombinate, to be honest. Recombination could actually be good, where you use essences on one, maybe essences on the other, and you recombine them and hope you get your T1 mods on one item and if an open suffix. Could be something you try to do, you know. That would honestly be cheaper, I think, assuming recombination is just because recombination cost is gold and the resource you get from dismantling your gear, right? Your uniques, your your items, basically. That is what you use that dust and go to recombine. So that might be cheaper than doing what I'm currently trying, honestly, now that I think about it. Because I don't know how to set this up, and the reason I don't know how to set this up is if it hits fire, you'd reforge lightning, but if it hits lightning, you'd reforge fire. You know what I should do? I know how to do it. On failure, go to step 2. If it failed to get lightning damage, nah, I don't know how to do it. All right, permits. I don't know how to do it, because like there's no way I can just check, can I? So updated, right? So let's close this one. 35. Oh, did he change the items? He added stuff to the claw. Before it didn't have crit chance, now it does. So he's going more into crit now. Chance to suppress spell damage, chance to suppress spell life. This is a low budget setup too, which is good. Chance to suppress spell, chance to suppress spell. His body armor is taken, so it's gonna be tougher to suppress spell cap. But he has some on the tree, I guess. He has here. Here has some suppress. He doesn't need to go. Oh, he went inveterate rather. This is a much higher budget setup, I think. Because like this has Tread of Hope, Lethal Pride that's giving you reduced crits here and giving you, this is much higher budget. It has a specific cluster jewel. Oh jeez. I'm gonna get you. Huh. There was a gnat that flew right past my face. I'm gonna get it. So this is the plan. That's like end of week 1. I mean, he was chief, what's it called? Chief MFer, right? How did he, by the way, how did he take the MFing news? Did you watch his stream? I'm very curious. So he goes Scorch an extra enemy, then Avatar of the Wilds, Chill, and Shock. So he's not doing tinctures at all, which I don't blame him. I wouldn't do tinctures unless it's proven to be good. Like I wouldn't. They should maximize uptime on Avatar of the Wild. Does he? Is this 89% more damage? LS of Arcane buff. Huh. Why 20% less damage taken? Isn't the new... I don't know, me just yanking any links I see. Okay. Looking at that, right? 20% less damage taken. Let me see what this thing was. Flesh and Stone. Maim, yada yada yada. It now has nearby enemies take up to this while in blood stance and take up to 10% less damage from getting up to this 19%. Oh, it should be 20%, right? So I think he's assuming like this POB is looking at if every enemy is close up. I'm not sure I like that, because from what they said, it scales. The closer they are, the less damage they will deal to you or you take from them. So it's not just a 20% less damage taken. I would probably put this at 10% to be safe, but it's fine. He also went Sand Stance. I mean, Sand Stance is the one that reduces the damage you take. But yeah, Fortification just makes life very, very easier. Not simple. Let me still see. How does he take physical damage? So let's say it takes a hit of 2k. It's 1,000. This is from converting 50% to Intuition? What do you mean intuition? Is it this? This is gone. There's no 5% phase damage taken as. But anyways, 50% is converted. Then it goes here, 30% less from fortification, and then 20% from the sandstone, assuming it's like, you know, maximum. Then that gives you 234 fizz. But how does he deal with? So this is like the average enemy. He has a lot of PDR in that regard. If I reduce this to 10, because range units are a thing, it's 26, which is still really good. Fortification is just big. Yeah, fortification is the biggest thing. Like between lightning call and fortification, that's it. I am curious how Ziz is going to not Ziz, Palstron. The reason I say Palstron is I remember Palstron was a big enjoyer of phase conversion. Ziz, I think, converts, but he still builds armor because he plays hardcore, right? So he would just keep scaling armor even more. Like, granted, like we all know the problem with armor and physical damage, you just can't not convert. Or you have to actually go ham on like armor to actually make it so you are not in danger from physical hits. Which is why conversion is so strong, because if you convert, then the armor you already have is more efficient in stopping the physical damage. So I'm curious to see what Palstron does for like his league starter. Assuming he's starting not melee, but on the ranger side of the tree. Because I honestly see many people going, is it iron reflexes? I see people going for iron reflexes, but not having evasion is also rough because then you have no avoidance. So if you're going iron reflexes, I think it's just smart to go block or some other way of stopping damage from actually applying to you, so you don't get like, you have decent mitigation but you have no avoidance. Something is bound to kill you. This is move speed crits. This is a big thread of hope. Jeez, he's getting so much out of it. That's good. He's getting life here. He's getting life here. I think. Is this live? No, it's just pen. This is move speed crits. Chance to block. Is this scaling block chance? Not really. This is for range and attack speed. And this is for movement speed suppress. And of course it gets life here. Yeah, this is a really nice, this is a really big thread of hope for him. This is repeater follow through. Repeater follow through. And the gems, what do the gems look like? Just crit multi? I mean, this is a higher budget version, but it only has crit multi. Okay, this one has added flat damage. Modifiers to chance to suppress spell damage can also apply to chance to avoid ailments at 50%. So you get to 100% chance to suppress and you have 50% chance to avoid. Does he scale chance to avoid anywhere else? How does he? Okay, let's look here. This is the easiest way to see. Other avoidance. He has 94% because he's getting 50% from ancestral vision. Then he's getting 23 from his boots. And then thick skin, life and early, yada yada. Where is this? Oh, I didn't even know this did that. Well, actually, I did. I forgot. So but he still needs 6%. Where can he get 6% from? Otherwise, you will still get frozen here and there, and you do not want to get frozen. This is Lunary, so he's not going anti-freeze. This is Tukohama, so he's not immune to burning ground either. But I assume he's not going red altar because I don't think you can actually go to Kohama. I don't think you can go to Kohama without Aberath. because it is such a pain. So wait. The ranger side of the tree doesn't get much access to max or res. Because I know, like, yeah, this side got a lot of max or res. You've always had that, but it's meh. That's max cold res. Why is this being shown then? It's maximum cold res. This is 1% max res, but it's not worth it if it's just 1%. It's not worth it. What is this? Impale Mastery? Oh, it definitely still is, but it's looking good. I mean, so far it's looking pretty good. He is going chain. Okay, this is chaining range. Doesn't add extra chain. Looks expensive. Like I said, this is a high budget setup. He even has reservation taken here. This is a properly high budget setup. This is not for the faint of heart. Heading to sleep? Alright, Armor, thank you for stopping by and thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Have a good night. I'm probably ending my stream soon. Non-vow strike one additional nearby enemy. How does this even work? Is this supposed to be like... Does it make it kind of like AoE? How does it target? Who knows? Thank you. I'm probably going to put a rest on the POB until like Wednesday, when POB actually does like all the updates I'm expecting. That is probably when I'm going to do put the finishing touches on my POB Wednesday, Thursday, and go from there. But I have my preliminary pre-updates trees ready. I don't think there's anything that's going to change on my tree. It's just going to be like the gear. Once it updates with the new numbers, see how good my defenses are, and if I need to scale up more defenses, I'll scale up more defenses. And if not, we move. But yeah, good night. All right, I think yeah, this is a decent enough time to end the stream. Was fun. I will be back on Monday. Same time, like not same time today, but 6 p.m. Central. So around now, this is 6 p.m. right? Oh no, it's 6:30. Well, yeah, you get it. This around this time. I'm gonna see you guys then. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate y'all, and good night.